to the Unova Region, the land of the free and home of the braviary. Speaking of the land, it was ravaged by our legendary dragons thousands of years ago, but it has recovered and spits in their faces as the environment has gone wild. From foxes replacing humans to three-headed rampaging dragons and even desert-ruling crocodiles. Okay, that last one isn't very different from real life, but these crocodiles can rip apart cars! So that begs the question, what is the Unovan ecosystem like? Well, I've counted the sands and swam the seas, ensuring I don't miss a single one of these powerful creatures and how they interact, all to bring you the complete Unova ecosystem. Howdy there, I'm Acrylic, and I can't believe we're on the 5th generation already. If you're new here, I'm going to quickly explain the rules and help make this analysis as true to the Pokemon world as possible, while also being as realistic as possible. The information I am using is from the original Black and White games. I want the regions as they were originally intended, and considering Black 2 White 2 starts on the entirely other half of the region, I didn't want to come to Route 1 and have to fight a level 67 Scrafty. Now, that isn't to say I didn't look at the encounters and scan them from Black 2 White 2 to affirm information, as I feel like that would be fairly appropriate. We are only including naturally occurring Pokemon within their natural areas. As we go through each route, we'll stop by the special areas such as caves along the way. This means that we're not covering any man-made structures, with just a few exceptions. After all, an ecosystem is the interaction between Pokemon and each other, and Pokemon and their environment. With naturally occurring Pokemon, this means that we are only including Pokemon within the level range of the ones that we find in the grass. So, for example, if the grass Pokemon are ranged level 2 to 4, then we will not consider a level 5 to 20 Basculin within our analysis of the route. Time-based encounters are gone again, technically, thanks, Dialga. But in this generation, there is only a basic fishing rod as well. Rippling water, dust clouds, flying Pokemon, shadows, and rustling grass. We will include those and keep those as well within the level range of the normal grass. Speaking of Pokemon, we'll read out their known information. If it doesn't state their diets, then we will have to look at their real-life inspirations to help determine that diet. Lucky me, we have a completely fresh roster of Pokemon, at least until we get into late game, in which case, to streamline the video for any Pokemon I have already covered in the past, I will quickly recap their info rather than read everything about them. Now, of course, some Pokemon can't be found naturally in the wild, so unfortunately, we're not going to be finding a full-on level 64 wild Hydreigon in the wild. It just doesn't exist. Though, there are other Pokemon that we couldn't find in the wild from past generations that we find for the first time truly natural here in Unova. And finally, for some routes, I will paint for you a nice little picture with my words to give you a really strong, cohesive idea as to how it all works. So before we get into the routes, how about we talk about the geography and climate as provided by Bulbapedia, which also serves as the basis for a lot of our info today regarding the games and encounters. Unova is divided by 2 rivers that lead into an ocean to the south of it. These rivers cannot be surfed on, with the exception of the river directly below Village Bridge. It divides Unova into central and eastern peninsulas and a western landmass. These 3 landmasses are connected by 5 bridges: the Sky Arrow Bridge, the Drift Veil, Tube Line, Marvelous, and Village Bridge. The eastern part of Unova is further divided by mountains that makes a southeast part and northeast part. The southeast part is important to trainers who want to compete in the Pokemon League, since 2 gyms are located there. But the northeastern part is not, since there are no gyms there and it mostly has tourism, as evidenced by the amount of people speaking foreign languages. Further away from this bundle of towns is where the Pokemon League is located. Interestingly, the northeastern part is the only place in the region to find Pokemon species foreign to Unova outside of the swarms, which we are not considering for this video. The central peninsula of Unova consists of 2 of the largest cities in the Pokemon world, Castelia and Nimbasa, as well as Opelucid City further north, all of which contain gyms. Every bridge in Unova connects to the central part of the region from either the east or west. The western side contains medium-sized towns and more varied landscapes, but it also has 3 gyms there, making it another destination to visit for any Pokemon trainer. Unova is a mixture of urban and rural land. The region features 21 settlements which reflect the diversity of the region. In other words, we're not getting, yeah, we get a forest here or there, but it's not as wild, it's not as country as the regions we visited in the past. This means that a lot of our Pokemon very well might not have super aggressive tendencies towards each other or humans, and then we have the spare few that if they are aggressive, they are incredibly aggressive or incredibly wild and skittish and don't like interaction. The climate of Unova, unlike other regions, solely depends on the time of year. Unlike previous regions where climatic change was experienced locally, that is to say some routes would always feature snow and some routes would always feature rain, Unova is susceptible to national seasonal change. Spring, summer, autumn, winter each last approximately 30 days and recur 3 times each within a year. Each season brings with it different weather patterns, unlocks different events, and presents altered Pokemon availabilities. Of course, these are dramatized versions of real-life seasons, only because it's a game mechanic. If this was the only region with actual seasons, and it was this flippant, we'd have some serious problems and life would not thrive. Pokemon would be wasting energy migrating back and forth, instead of just simply hunkering down and disappearing, going into a hibernation or subnation. I think it's called subnation. We'll talk about that later. I'm doing that part off the top of my head. But again, it would legitimately be worse than Galar in how its environment is or how harsh it really is. These seasons, I will admit, will only play a part on the routes where it is made clear that Pokemon encounters change with the season, such as on Route 6. And so we can finally begin our journey with Route 1, a small road by the shore where you can enjoy the seascape in peace. We have 3 new Pokemon right off the bat, so we start with the one that takes up nearly half of the population here, Patrat. Patrat's tail is... I bit my tongue. Oh no. Patrat's tail is used for communication. Its tail is raised when it sees an enemy, and it is very conscious and wary regarding its surroundings and is always on guard. It can stay on guard for days through storing food in its cheek pouches. Can you imagine that? Just being able to sit there on watch, just slowly allowing food to trickle down and eating it. Just how soggy and nasty it would be. Although we'll talk about their diet in a moment. I almost just revealed it. Though it won't notice a foe coming from behind. The Pokemon this series, Black and White episode, Sawaddle and Berg in Pinwheel Forest, depicts Patrat living in tunnels. Now, this does not tell us exactly what it eats directly, and neither does Watchog, but since the species is more closely related to meerkats, we can look at Smithsonian's National Zoo for meerkat diets. Meerkats primarily eat insects such as grubs and termites, but will also eat small vertebrates, eggs, and some plant matter. They may chew on sama melons and dig up roots for water. They are very possessive of their food and defend their prey from other members of their pack. And then at Smithsonian's Zoo, they actually eat commercial carnivore, meat mix, dry cat food, apples, root vegetables, mealworms, crickets, and earthworms. The problem we see here is that there's no actual prey for Pat right here, meaning that despite it primarily being more of a meerkat with its evolution, it is likely just sticking to an herbivorous diet, leafy greens, seeds, things that are probably going to hold well in its mouth for a long time without a lot of disease or rot. So especially seeds. Actually, peanuts would actually be an incredible thing because they have enough fat content for them that they wouldn't have to worry about fast starving. We'll talk about that later as well. Moving on to other Pokemon that take up the other half of our population on the route, we have Lillipup. It is an intelligent, courageous Pokemon capable of judging its opponent's strength. Lillipup's intelligence and obedience makes it popular for beginners due to how easy it is to raise. It is also extremely popular with trainers living in apartments due to it never yelping. I don't believe that. This little guy is a terrier. I had a little Yorkie, and let me tell you, he was a very vocal, happy little buddy who loved to take my socks. Now, Lillipup uses its fur as a radar for checking the opponent's condition. While normally it is very brave, Lillipup is cautious to know when to flee from an opponent it cannot defeat, due to it being smarter than the average child. I don't know why that's funny to me. Lillipup never forgets the love or abuse it receives while being raised. that last part does make me a little sad, but so on, like, we can move away from that, as this tells us nothing about its diet again, but it is a dog. So more specifically, actually, it is the Yorkshire Terrier. They were originally bred to hunt mice and rats. This may also accidentally extend into other animals such as rabbits and guinea pigs due to their similar natures. So if you have a rabbit and a guinea pig and a Yorkshire Terrier, it is advised that you watch them closely because natural instinct kind of kicks in. This, of course, just means that while dogs are omnivorous, sticking more towards a carnivorous diet, this little Lillipup is very actively hunting pat rats. Peace was never an option. Pat rat is hunted on sight. But for our last Pokemon on this route, if you see the grass rustling, you can find yourself an Audino, a perfect little bag of experience. The feelers on its ears act like stethoscopes in that it can feel the beat of another Pokemon's heart in order to assess the Pokemon's feelings and overall physical condition. The feelers are also able to determine when an egg is close to hatching. It has an incredible sense of hearing, where it can even hear a rolling pebble from a mile away. Audino is said to have a kind heart. Okay, so this isn't the only Pokemon that has incredibly sensitive hearing. We have Audino, we have Clefable. I don't know the rest off the top of my head, I have to be honest, but I hate the idea of having that sensitive of a hearing. I already have fairly sensitive hearing, and tinnitus is already a problem, and even just recording, I have this problem of I can hear the tinnitus already, but I can't have the headphones on and my music playing to help me with that. So imagine being able to hear a pebble from a mile away, how loud everything else would be to you. I would only hope a Pokemon like Audino not only secludes itself, which it doesn't seem to really do, but at least has some control where it can close its ears and not have to worry about such intense sounds. Now, Audino does throw a little bit of a curveball at us. It is a 3'7", 1.1 meter rabbit doctor that weighs 68.3 pounds or 31 kilograms. And while Lillipup might hunt down actual rabbits if, say, Braviary was here, it is not going to be able to hunt down Audino. And if it does try, it's not going to work out for it. In addition, Audino could actually pass for a human in Lillipup's eyes due to its stature and the way that it acts. Now, lastly, I do give you my 100% guarantee that Audino is an herbivore too afraid to hurt even a bug, unless absolutely necessary. My reasoning is that while Megaforms aren't available here, Audino takes that energy and moves it into healing. It gets a full nurse's frock, I want to say, whatever, coat, and is a doctor Pokemon. It gets better healing powers, and now it can know anesthesia, so be careful, otherwise you're not waking back up. Because fun fact, anesthesiologists, they do their job in a way that they don't have to worry about you going to sleep. Their real job is making sure you wake back up. All joking aside though, Audino is going to be able to run away from most possible predators long before they even arrive because of its hearing abilities. So Audino, they're kind of a non-contender in Pokemon interactions for the most part, unless there's a strong enough Pokemon that is also sneaky enough that can catch it with enough power. So power, speed, and silence, something that not a lot of Pokemon have. Maybe a Gliscor. Maybe a Gliscor can mess up an Audino. But there we have Route 1. Nice and easy with Lillipups just stalking through the grass on the prowl for any Patrat in the area that have their back turned. We'll get to the real picture painting later when there's more to talk about. Route 2, a pastoral road where novice trainers challenge one another. We get roughly the same mix as before, but now we added our dark type kitty cat Purloin. Purloin is a mischievous Pokemon that likes to steal from people. Purloin feels amusement from the frustration of those it steals from, and it will put on a cute little act in order to get its victims to let their guard down. Should this facade succeed, the victim is left with stinging scratches and broken pride from Purloin's laughter. However, it is often forgiven, even if it is caught stealing, due to its charm. When angered, it fights back with its claws, and in Galar, Purloin has a fierce rivalry with Nickit. Once again, we don't really get told to diet, but cats are obligate carnivores. They have a small population here compared to Lilliput and Patrat, meaning that there is likely some competition here, and it isn't an ideal location for them to be. It's easy to say that Purloin is eating Patrat, but due to its size and food preference, it is unlikely that Purloin and Lilliput are eating each other. Of course, with any animal, if times are hard and food is scarce, they will likely eat any creature for that matter. Even a turtle has been documented to have actively hunted a chick. They likely, these two Lilliput and Purloin, likely just squabble over food on occasion and don't waste the energy trying to hunt each other. Taking a trip to Striation City, we find ourselves in the Dream Yard, a plant site used as a playground for children and Pokemon. Now, this place is directly translated from Japanese as the Dream Ruins, and it is an abandoned research facility. While we see Patrat and Purloin again, we also get Munna, and within the rustling grass, Audino and Musharna. This is probably the fastest we've ever gotten a Pokemon's evolution. Thank you, Rustling Grass, for making things a little bit more complicated. Munna is able to eat the dreams of people and Pokemon, as well as project these dreams by expelling Dream Mist. A Pokemon whose dream was eaten by, I realize I've been saying Munna, not Munna, whatever, eaten by Munna will forget their dream's contents. So we get confirmation that it actually eats and consumes dreams, but it is a little cute to think that Munna is the reason why people forget their dreams when they wake up, as, you know, this adorable little fine china elephant just decides to eat your dream. The Dream Mist will be pink if the dream was pleasant. Munna can also seek out and cure people and Pokemon who are having nightmares by eating their dreams. The Dream Mist extracted from a nightmare will be black in color. Munna and its evolution are thought to share common ancestry with Drowsy. And every fiber of my being is screaming reading that. Drowsy, the anomaly of ecology for Kanto. It was suggested actually in the comments from that video when I talked about it that the mouth is likely a vestigial part of Drowsy's body. Something that has yet to go away through actual evolution, but not Pokemon evolution. So, to explain that better, if you're not using a body part, then over centuries and blah 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 of evolution, then eventually, if you don't use it, you'll lose it. And somehow, they haven't lost that jaw that they have yet. So, theoretically speaking, Drowsy may not have always eaten dreams, or it was eating them physically through its mouth, and eventually realized that there was a more efficient way to do it, which is through its nose. Does that mean that because it's a mist, that dreams are more of a gas, that due to more surface area contact within the nose, we can assume that it can then be absorbed into the body? We're getting slowly closer and closer to actual explanations for how dreams get consumed and how Drowsy works and all that other stuff. Slowly but surely. I'll figure it out. Just like the bacteria and microorganisms of the Pokemon world that keep getting mentioned. It drives me. Plankton don't get mentioned. I'm losing my mind. Or they do get mentioned and they don't get talked about or explained as to what they look like. And I digress. Let's get back to Munna. Now, Munna is no different, as it does have a mouth right under its big ol' snout. Although, at least with Munna, we get revealed to how this works. It does consume dreams through its mouth, drawing them in with its mouth open. This could very well mean that since it is related to Drowsy, that Drowsy draws out the dream with its nose and then eats the dream like Munna does. Again, unless it actually does go straight through the nose, then I don't know. This is my story, and I'm gonna go with it, or Munna might drive me crazy next. Now, we might as well grab Musharna immediately while we're here. Like its pre-evolution Munna, Musharna eats the dreams of people and Pokemon. Musharna's Dream Mist has various colors, depending on what kind of dreams it has eaten. It is most often pink in color. Shapes and forms of the dreams Musharna has eaten can appear in the mist as well. It is advised not to approach Musharna when its Dream Mist is dark in color, as the dark mist brings a person's nightmares to life. Musharna sleeps and dreams constantly, and it can become a terrible grump should it be freshly roused from sleep. Me too. You know what? it's story time. Because guess what happened to me last night? I'm sleeping in bed, and I'm having like dreams of people breaking into my home for some reason, and I wake up to being punched in the chest, in the diaphragm, okay? I'm a sturdy guy. I could take a hit. I'm not inviting anybody to do that, but still. And I freeze. Is this real life or a dream? It's real life. Now, do I feel cold? No. Okay, perfect. I haven't been stabbed. And then, after a couple seconds, I hear my girlfriend laugh. It turns out she was having a weird dream herself where I was chasing her with a dead rat. And she punched me in her sleep. That is how I was woken up. That is by far one of the worst ways to wake up from a dream about people breaking into your home. Tell me about your weird dreams in the comments. That sounds fun. Tell me about your weird dreams, or the weird times that you've woken up. What's woken up? I've woken up to a megaphone. I just cracked open. I heard the glass shatter sound from SpongeBob in my head, and I just froze there. I just sat there. I was like, really, this is how I'm waking up today? Now, going back to Masharna, Masharna is a war criminal. Literal nightmares being brought to life. Last thing I need is to forget that I shouldn't go near the dream mist when it's darker in color, and then as soon as I touch it, a giant scolipede, considering I'm afraid of centipedes, just comes trampling through my home. No thank you. But at least it's consistent in its diet and eats dreams. Moving on to Route 3, a long, winding road with lots of ponds and tall grass. Now we're finally getting a little bit more diversity and new interactions as P-Dove and Blitzel have joined the party. P-Dove is not particularly intelligent. While it always listens to its trainer's commands, it does not always understand them. P-Dove are so forgetful that they will wait for new orders from their trainers even if it received one right before. In Detective Pikachu, their forgetfulness extends to them not even remembering their own names. In the Pokemon Journeys, the series episode There's a New Kid in Town, it extends further to forgetting whatever actually scared them. Just imagine getting scared. Oh, that was weird. Anywho, let me just turn around. Ah! Now, many trainers do love P-Dove due to its friendliness and sincere nature. I know I do. And P-Dove loves to follow people. Having no fear of people, flocks of P-Dove are often found in city parks and plazas, though they can also be seen in grasslands and rural areas. The cooing of these flocks can be very noisy, and about several hundred P-Dove are known to gather when food is scattered on the ground for them. So we have a mix of a pigeon and a dove, which the two often get mixed up with each other, especially since on first glance, it's hard to tell depending on the species. Also, we get pheasants later, so this is a weird Pokemon. According to Pigeonpedia, pigeons eat a variety of foods including insects, bread, leaves, nuts, seeds, grains, fruits, and vegetables. Though, of course, they will eat any food waste they find, including burgers, fries, pizza, or anything else discarded in the street. Doves aren't very different, just take away insects as primary and add in the occasional snail, and the whole taking all the random food kind of situation. Now, originally, I wanted to assume that P-Dove was going to go after bug and grass type Pokemon, but considering we find neither of those here, and due to its peaceful resolve that it has in its future evolutions, we might be able to just flat out assume that it's just eating whatever vegetation it can find. Whatever vegetation, seeds, fruits, whatever it is, you name it. Now, as a small tangent, I did say it earlier, but P-Dove is arguably my second favorite bird Pokemon, especially as mourning doves are one of my favorite birds. The whistling sound that their wings make just bring joy to my heart. Just bring joy to my soul, even. Next up is Blitzel, who, running up its neck, is a spiky white mane, which culminates at the front in a long extension that resembles a lightning bolt. That mane captures and stores electricity, which flashes whenever this Pokemon discharges electricity from it. It communicates with other members of its species by controlling the rhythm and frequency of these flashes. It's almost like Morse code. Blitzel generates electricity with its heartbeat, and this is actually pretty cool considering the real-life heart is controlled by an electrical system. Every single pump it completes. Now, whenever Blitzel is startled, its heart rate goes up, and the voltage of its electricity rises with it. More boom! And that's a very nice adaptation, because that's similar to adrenaline. So you have an adrenaline increase, you have an increase in electricity voltage, more power, more boom, meaning that you could just send out one big burst of electricity at whatever's chasing you and you can run away. During lightning storms, Blitzel ventures out to recharge its mane with lightning bolts. For this reason, Blitzel tends to live in places with lots of lightning strikes, and they live in herds run by Zeb Striker, who will lead them into the storm. And how sick would that be? Seeing an entire herd of these Pokemon sprinting at full speed into a storm, and you watch the lightning strike them, and they shine brighter, recharged with immense power. Now, the same problem keeps coming up and again. We don't get a diet stand-in, so now we have to consult a real-life counterpart for these Pokemon. And according to African Wildlife Reports, 90% of their diet, or a zebra's diet, is grass. But they can also eat leaves, twigs, bark, and shrubs. They prefer to eat fresh, green grass, but they can also eat and obtain nutrients from old, dry grass, unlike most other herbivores. Makes sense considering their savanna life, where it's drier and everything wilts. This means that our little zebras here might not even bother with grass-type Pokemon unless they felt it was absolutely necessary. So all this means is that on this route, Pidove is just another Pokemon added to mix that is then getting eaten by Purloin, and potentially on occasion Lillipup as well. Sure, it might be a seed carrier for berries from route to route, but that's really it. We'll get some good environmental paintings, don't worry. It'll happen later. They're big when they do happen. But before we do continue, I just want to say thank you so much for watching. Please make sure you subscribe, share this video, go watch the other videos, and even become a member, going the extra mile to help support the channel if you can, for as little as $3 a month. You can also get a nice little Discord if you join our community, Roll, that's what it's called. Roll, where you can then see more behind the scenes stuff that doesn't always make it to YouTube and Patreon, because I gotta let my mad ramblings exist somewhere after all. And you get to meet other people who love Pokemon, so why not join along? But, once again, thank you so much for watching, and back to the video. Wellspring Cave. The underwater pool grew from rainwater soaking into the ground, and we are rolling in with 3 more new Pokemon. Up first is the mantle Pokemon Roggenrola. It has a hexagonal yellow artifice in the center of its body. I would expect that to say orifice, not artifice, but I mean, technically both, I suppose. Leading to a hexagonal opening that functions as an ear. Yeah, that little pencil sharpener face that it has, it's actually an ear, not a mouth. Raises a lot of questions and feels a little creepy the more you think about it. Roggenrola is born deep underground and was discovered about 100 years ago in an earthquake fissure in a layer of exposed rock. Its steel-hard body is made up of dirt from many centuries ago, and it compares its hard body with those of Geodude and Carbink. However, a sufficiently long soak in water will cause its body to soften to some degree. I mean, yeah, anything left in water long enough will eventually be eroded down. That's what water does. Inside of Roggenrola lies an energy core, making its body somewhat warm to the touch. Its ear leads straight to its energy core, and it'll get angry if you try to stick your hand in there. Now, this all explains why it's called the mantle Pokemon. It's representative of our own core on Earth, where geothermal energy is produced due to all the pressure and heat. Basically, think about it this way. The deeper you go, there's more pressure. Then everything can kind of get crushed or broken down, or depending on the pressure and the heat, especially as you go deeper, there can be more heat. It causes all these rocks to continue to change, metamorph, if you would. Metamorphize. English language be hard sometimes. Nevertheless, the changing and shifting of forms does produce energy, and it's consistent. That, in its case, eventually gets let out of the Earth and can be harnessed as geothermal energy. And technically, it's an infinite energy source until the planet eventually just kind of dies or blows up or whatever it decides it wants to do. So, if you can spend the millions of dollars to create a facility to then harness that, like some places I believe like Colorado has, great, fantastic, beautiful. You just got to maintain it for like 10 years for it to actually be worthwhile, because it's that expensive to start out. Now, Roggenrola here is doing this within its own body in a smaller scale, I assume, based on the idea that it's the mantle Pokemon. You have a hot core, and it looks like it has layers, like an onion. As stated by Sealand in Where Did You Go, Dino, Roggenrola has sensitive hearing and can hear sounds that are inaudible to humans. So, it's a rock dog. Got it. It tends to follow the sounds it picks up with its lone ear, panicking if these sounds cease. Dwebble is a natural enemy of Roggenrola, as the former tends to think that Roggenrola is an inanimate rock to turn into a home. Sometimes, Rhyperior mistakes this Pokemon for an ordinary rock and fires them through their hands. Imagine sleeping, resting, being happy, and suddenly you feel yourself get lifted up, and you hear boom, and you're fired at another Pokemon. So, those last bits are really interesting and fun, considering it actually tells us its interactions with other Pokemon, but it doesn't tell us its diet. If we look at Boldore and Gigalith, we learn that they search out watery caves. And if we look at their designs, we get references to stalagmites on their bodies. Rock formations growing from the ground by sediments left when water continually drips onto the same spot for years. In other words, these Pokemon aren't eating at all. The reason Roggenrola panics when it loses the faint sounds it hears is because it needs to grow to become bigger and stronger and defend itself. It seeks out water in caves because that water has to be dripping down onto it, and the water dripping means that Roggenrola can sit near the source and grow, eventually evolving into Boldore and then Gigalith. Though I will note that its evolution, Boldore, does drink the water, but we'll get to that later. So I guess if you're ever lost in a cave, go follow some Roggenrola, as they'll be able to lead you to a source of water. Not to say that the water won't have a bunch of sediments in it, but hey, better than nothing. Just gotta figure out how to filter it. We finally have a new bat, as we have Woobat. Woobat's nose serves various purposes. It uses ultrasonic waves from its nostrils for echolocation, and it can be used to grip walls as Woobat sleeps. Oh, its nose. It just suction cups its nose to the wall. That's just every time and you've got to hear that like 1,000 times when their swarms just kind of go. Now, this does leave heart-shaped marks on the walls of caves, and that's kind of cute. Its heart-shaped mark is said to give good fortune to whoever it leaves its mark on. Woobat does prey on bug Pokemon and is known to live in caves and dark forests. So, boom! Nice and easy, bug Pokemon. But they do resemble a Honduran white bat, so why should we waste the opportunity to check out its real-life counterpart? And so, let's take a tangent and learn about them and their diet a bit more intricately. Now, what's interesting is that these cute little marshmallows are entirely herbivorous. In fact, they are frugivores, meaning they eat fruits for their diet. Even more specifically, they almost exclusively eat figs and serve to help spread their seeds. They're incredibly important for figs in that case. So, this is a perfect example of a Pokemon that, despite what it's based on, does not follow the same diet as its real-life counterpart. Now, interestingly enough, there are no bug Pokemon in this cave, not even if I broke the rules and looked at higher-level Pokemon. What does this mean? Well, just like any other bat, it means that Woobat is sleeping during the day and then coming out of the cave at night to hunt for its prey. Not a big deal. Last up in the cave, we have Drillbur. Drillbur can straighten its body and align its claws forward, allowing it to spin like a drill and dig through the ground. It can dig at speeds up to 30 miles per hour or 50 kilometers an hour. A Drillbur is fast enough to make a running car race with it, which, sure, I guess. I mean, cars can go faster than that, though. As seen in the 481st chapter of Pokemon Adventures and the Pokemon the Series Black and White episode, A Village Homecoming, Drillbur has no issues being around humans and can be very friendly. However, many farmers dislike Drillbur because it tends to destroy their vegetable crops. Speaking of Pokemon Adventures, go check out the complete Red arc. I am starting to go through the entire manga, and I'm basically summarizing and giving my opinions on entire arcs, and the Red arc is complete. Up next would be Blue, so go check that out. I'm really happy, and I'd say it's the best way to consume Pokemon media that I've ever experienced. Now, Moles get a bad rep, and it gets really confusing as to what they do, what they eat, or even if they're blind. Some people say anything that burrows, such as lizards and moles, are moles. In this case, we are strictly talking about the fuzzy little guys, and let's just clear some misconceptions and help us figure out Jobur's diet. According to National Geographic, consistent with a life spent underground, moles' eyes are tiny and lack external ears, which could fill up with dirt. Mole bodies tend to be cylindrical with powerful shoulders and broad shovel-like hands, all of which helps them ply through the substrate as if it were water. Speaking of water, some mole species are surprisingly good swimmers. For example, the star-nosed mole inhabits wetlands in northeastern North America, where it uses its curious-looking namesake appendage to rapidly detect and devour invertebrates. Because of their cryptic nature and subterranean lifestyle, moles are some of the least studied mammals. They are also frequently misunderstood. For instance, many people think that all moles are blind or even without eyes entirely. This is not true. All mole species have eyes, though their vision tends to be quite basic. Scientists believe moles are colorblind and nearsighted, but their eyes are exceptionally good at detecting light, which moles are experts at excavating soil, which they discard at the surface in easily identifiable mole hills. But these tunnels are more than just holes in the ground. With their complex, moles also create special rooms such as bedding and birthing chambers. Tunnels also serve as traps for prey, and moles are known to race up and down their 2-inch tall corridors searching for food. Moles are sometimes classified as insectivores, but they are actually omnivores. Gut content studies have found that the animals ingest some vegetable matter, as well as mycorrhizal fungi. Arthropods, especially insects and grubs, make up a large part of their diet, but most moles specialize in eating earthworms. In fact, moles eat so many earthworms they have developed several advanced methods for preparing them. Grabbing the invertebrates with its front paws, a mole will actually squeeze the worm along its length to remove debris from the outside and push out any accumulated dirt in the worm's gut. In his book, The Life of Mammals, David Attenborough likened the process to squeezing toothpaste from a tube. When food is plentiful, moles will also sometimes bite the head off of an earthworm, which incapacitates it and keeps it from crawling away. Then the mole will stash its prey in a storeroom along with any other earthworms it has caught recently. That last part is insane to think about. A full-on food storage, a birthing chamber, tunnels that they go up and down, a maze to trap prey, but that they understand as they go on patrol. I hope that, you learned a lot there, and now if moles are ever brought up in a conversation, you can just tell people all about them. I mean, think about what that means for a drillbur and its efficiency at being able to drill through the ground. Imagine drillbur doing all of that. It's basically just a regular mole, except super powered after all. And this means that the 3 Pokemon in Wellspring Cave don't interact with each other. Heck, I mean, Roggenrola is just searching for water, Woobat is sleeping during the day, and Drillbur is making tunnels within Unova while searching for prey. This ultimately creates a habitat for other Pokemon, making Drillbur the Onix of this region. Pinwheel Forest. You can go through hollows of fallen trees too! What kind of description of a place is that? I mean, seriously, it actually caught me off guard. It's like, I like it, but instead of a sewer drain, it's a hollowed out tree. And I don't know why that's the takeaway here. I mean, it's cool. Anywho, this gets cut into 2 sections, the outer area and the inner area, and there are tons of Pokemon here with plenty of interactions to discuss, allowing me to paint an actual picture here. Pidove is back alongside 4 new friends in the outer area. The first one is walking out this forest from its secret source of perfectly square logs, timber. It always carries squared logs and uses them to fight with. When it can easily lift a block of timber nearly 3 times its own weight, it is close to evolving. It is usually found near construction sites helping construction workers. It loves helping with construction so much that if it rains and causes the work to cease, it will throw a tantrum while swinging its log. Now, that is actually kind of adorable while being scary at the same time. It loves helping so much that it can't help but throw a fit if it's not allowed to help with the construction. Now, the scary part of that is that this is a 2-foot tall Pokemon carrying what might amount to be a 2.5 foot long, dense log that will break your bones if you are accidentally hit. Now, as I have said many times, fighting-type Pokemon are noble Pokemon for the most part. The humanoid ones, such as Machop, are not eating other Pokemon. Meanwhile, fighting types such as Poliwrath are eating bugs and fish, maybe small mammals such as rodents. So, with no diet stated across the board for our Timber line, I am making the statement that the Timber line does not eat meat. There are in fact more fighting types that flat out do not eat meat than there are fighting types that do, making the ones that do an exception. Typically it's the ones that have the fighting type as their secondary typing. Plopping around on land from mud puddle to mud puddle is Tympole. Tympole vibrates its cheeks to create a sound too high-pitched for humans and other species of Pokemon to hear. The sounds are used in a rhythm to communicate with others of its kind, particularly for warning of danger. They are known to sing in high-pitched voices, which creates graceful ripples on the water's surface. The Pokemon this series' Black and White episode, Facing Fear with Eyes Wide Open, reveals that Tympole swim and attack in groups. Tympole doesn't state a diet, but Palpitoad does state that it will hunt for prey. What we likely have here is exactly what we had with Poliwag. Pure frogs will eat bugs or even mice, typically being very carnivorous, or obligate carnivores for that matter. Meanwhile, tadpoles will eat moss and pond scum. When we dig deeper, Ken Sugimori has stated that they are based on the Japanese common toad, who are said to eat earthworms and small arthropods, including ants and some species of beetle, though they will even eat harvest mice, small grass snakes, slugs, and insect larvae. They are also mainly land dwellers, which explains why we have the ground, eventually, a ground typing for this Pokemon. What does this mean? It means that as Tympole evolves, bug and snake Pokemon are very much on their dinner table, and, pretty much everything it crosses for that matter. For now, though, it is eating whatever scraps it can at the risk of being eaten by other Pokemon. Though in this area, it seems they have no predators, since Pidove wouldn't eat them, and Tympole seems to have the highest population here, which we would expect of a prey species, but is also very indicative of a safe place for a species to exist without those predators. We have a dynamic duo up next with the karate Pokemon Throw and Sock. Throw travel and train in packs consisting of 5 members. Any member of the group that cannot keep up will throw away their belt and leave the group. It weaves its black belt from vines and ties the belt to increase its power. The belt grows darker as it absorbs more of Throw's sweat. It is driven to throw larger opponents and will always try to do so. The belt's getting darker because the sweat is kind of gross, but I do respect it. Now, as we talk about Sock, it is found secluded in the mountains where it trains to increase its strength. It becomes angered if it is interrupted while training, and a Sock that is trained to its fullest potential has enough power to cleave oceans with a single karate chop. So what you're telling me is that Sock is Pokemon Moses? Understood. And also remember that in the Beyblade universe, there is canonically a Moses that parted the Red Sea with a Beyblade. Not joking, I probably have the GIF or image on screen right now. Now, both of these Pokemon are an all-male species with no female counterpart, and they once again, being fighting types, are not eating meat. Although, they were originally designed with more Oni-like faces, and if they weren't fighting types, I'd have otherwise bet that they would be eating anything that crosses their paths if they had that Oni inspiration still strongly in there. The only reason it changed is because apparently they looked a little bit too closely to the Weather Guardians, or the Thunderous, Landorus, Tornadus individuals. But how about we move on to the inner portion of Pinwheel Forest? For there are 9 more Pokemon hiding away between normal and rustling grass. Also note that we do have Pidove in this area, and if it did want to, it would have quite the buffet of choices in bug and grass type Pokemon. The middle ground between the two is actually met by a swaddled little bug known as Swaddle. The bumps on Swaddle's head are sensory organs, and it makes itself leafy clothes using chewed up leaves and a thread-like substance it produces from its mouth, though Levity tends to make its first set right after hatching. By folding it over its face, its leafy hood is used to help hide it from enemies, whether it is awake or asleep. It has been shown to eat berries. When food is scarce, it will eat its own leafy clothing as an alternative, and it is a very popular mascot used by fashion designers. Swaddle tend to greet each other by rubbing their little bumps together. Thank you for making that easy, my adorable little silver spotted skipper. And yes, that is what it's based on, the larva from that. I do find it very interesting to see a bug with a fashion sense. Now, to follow this, we have a Pokemon that gained my respect by its amazing design, despite my fear of centipedes. Venipede. It has 2 short feelers banded with black extended from its hindquarters, which it uses in addition to its antennae to explore its surroundings and detect prey by sensing air vibrations. Venipede is brutally aggressive, and its bite injects a poison strong enough to paralyze large bird Pokemon. Its fangs are known to be highly venomous. It often gets into fights with Sizzlipede in Galar, which is a related species actually, and Venipede tends to prey on any Pokemon it thinks it can eat without considering its actions thoroughly. I'd love to imagine a Venipede getting covered in just this massive shadow. It turns around, sees a massive Pokemon, like let's say an 8-foot tall bear tick, and squints its eyes thinking to itself, I can take that. Joking aside, Venipede is going to eat anything it can realistically fight, including birds of relative size. Now, moving on to our next entry, blown away by the wind and into our sights, we have Cottony. Cottony is blown around by the wind because of its lightweight composition. The only circumstance in which it cannot be blown by the wind is when it has been soaked by rain, which weighs it down and makes it soggy. That must make spring really rough for Cottony in that case. The spring storms and everything, which, that's rough. Especially because we're going to find out something more about it in a moment here. Afterwards, this Pokemon will stay under a tree until it dries, so that way it may be blown by the wind again. During the mating season, Cottony blow in the wind in large groups. And, by the way, cotton trees bloom and produce seeds in the spring, meaning you're going to hear a lot of Cottony cries in that moment, and a lot of rain might be messing with that. What a terrible mating season for them. Oh wait, they're probably in a mating season because they're all stuck together, weighed down. Oh, that makes sense actually. Its cotton can be used as a defense mechanism. When threatened, it will expel cotton as a distraction so that way it may escape. The lost cotton grows back quickly, and the cotton is used to manufacture top quality pillows and beds that are soft, puffy, light, and airy. When Cottony's cotton is weaved together with Eldegoss's cotton, it makes a cloth that is popular with many luxury brands. Now, imagine this. A Snorlax bed with Cottony Eldegoss hybrid pillows. It might just be heaven. While this line doesn't state a diet, they do have chlorophyll as an ability, which at least confirms that they can photosynthesize as a primary source of energy. Really helps when you can't really control yourself going around in the wind and you're kind of stuck in the sky, getting the sun beating down at you at all times. Which could also explain why they have so much cotton to protect their actual body while they're floating around. Now, take what I say next with a grain of salt, as sources were very wishy-washy, and it was harder to separate results of cotton tree seeds and cotton plant seeds. Cotton seeds are incredibly toxic to animals and people, meanwhile cotton tree seeds are eaten by other animals, or at the very least their leaves are very nutritious. This means that Cottony and Whimsicott may be hunted down for their leafy greens, and then the scraps are left behind afterwards. The last of the Pokemon that are common here that you'll find is Petilil. The leaves on Petilil's head are very bitter, which can cause dizziness. However, these leaves possess revitalizing effects such as restoring a person's vigor. This can be achieved by eating the leaves directly or drying and boiling them into an infusion. This infusion is also sometimes used as a bug repellent. Because of the health effects of its leaves, Petilil is very popular with the elderly. Petilil tends to appear near sources of clean waters. It lives in areas with soil abundant in moisture and nutrients. The homes can be either well-tended fields or even flower beds. However, they will leave if the environment turns bad. This Pokemon is a female-only species with no male counterparts. Now, I covered this confusing Pokemon back when I covered every single grass-type Pokemon. Yes, another video. Go check that out. There is parthenogenesis, oh my goodness, big word, which is a form of asexual reproduction where the embryo develops directly from an egg without need for fertilization. This can exist in a form in plants, such as the mangosteen, which is what Bonesweet line is based on, and they are an all-female species Pokemon line, and they do exactly that. There are insects that do this as well, such as ants or bees, and the unfertilized eggs become males, while the fertilized eggs become females. So in the case of the petalil line, specifically Lilligant, while it says it may be looking for a male partner, it is in fact simply looking for partners in general. And of course, this species does photosynthesize. Now we start to get into the rustling grass, and these are going to be a bit more rare, especially as some are evolutions, and we add an Audino as per usual. Pretty much if it's rustling grass, I have to mention Audino is gonna be there. Though we do have a very special case, as we have a trio of monkeys that are considered honorary starters. Pansage, Pansear, and Poor all appear here. And I'm not kidding. They are the only Pokemon other than our starters that can have the abilities Overgrow, Blaze, and Torrent. No other Pokemon other than our starters and these monkeys can have this ability. Pansage dwells deep in the forest, where it collects berries to share with its friends. There is a broccoli-like sprout atop its head, and in this sprout's foliage are 3 yellow, tapered seed-like shapes. If eaten, the leaves in the sprouts can alleviate exhaustion. Pansear makes its habitat in both forests and volcanic caves, and has been known to roast berries before eating them and likes to help people. The tuft contains a flame and can reach temperatures of 600 degrees Fahrenheit or 300 degrees Celsius. Panpour can keep itself damp or water plants by spraying water from its tail. It is mostly found near water sources. Nutrient-rich water is stored in its crest. So, all 3 of these monkeys are herbivorous, despite them being monkeys. I trust that with the entry stating how they have been observed eating and cooking berries, we can trust that they have not been observed to eat insects or small mammals. I wouldn't be surprised if the 3 were also very friendly with each other in the wild and survive off of each other's assistance and skill sets. Maybe they would occasionally skip foraging and go after Petalil and another grass type, but I don't think they really need to. Think about it this way. The Pansage is able to gather the berries, and it is not afraid and actually enjoys sharing its treasure, its findings, with its friends, in that case, these berries. It is then going to hand them off to Pansear, who is going to cook these berries and then allow them to be digested easier for our monkeys. Meanwhile, Panpour is able to provide better water than what is normally found. It is able to intake water, and it becomes nutritious. The 3 are able to work incredibly well with each other and keep each other alive. Stepping forward, we get to talk about some of our evolutions, as Cottony and Petalil have their evolutions being the rarest found in the already rustling rare grass, as we now have Whimsicott and Lilligant, who, while we know what their diets are, we can still read up on them to understand their place in the ecosystem. Whimsicott can manipulate its body to pass through cracks no matter how narrow. It takes advantage of this ability as a notorious prankster, moving things and leaving cotton balls behind. This sounds like one of those harmless pranks in all existence. Oh no, my chair moved 3 inches and there's cotton balls all over the place. I wonder who could have done this. However, should it get wet, it will be too heavy to move, and it will answer for its pranks. Despite weighing 14.6 pounds or 6.6 kilograms, Whimsicott appears capable of riding upon the wind, but whether this means they actually generate whirlwinds themselves or get carried by wind currents remains unclear. Whimsicott likes to spend its time in the sunlight in order to grow its cotton, though it will tear off and scatter the cotton should it begin to build up too much. Now with Lilligant, it is popular with celebrities, veteran trainers, and first-rate gardeners, all which have struggled to coax the flower on Lilligant's head into blooming. The flowers bloomed by Lilligant in the wild are also said to be the most beautiful despite all these efforts. Once it blooms, it will wilt if Lilligant is then neglected or when it finds a male partner. Is it weird that it bothers me just how much effort people want to put into force this Pokemon's flower to bloom? It feels wrong. It feels a little dirty, in my opinion. The flower emits a sweet-smelling aroma, and it is believed to have a relaxing effect on those exposed to the scent. The flower's fragrance differs slightly depending on the soil it was cultivated in, and the oil made by Lilligant's flowers has a sublime scent and is very expensive to buy. And so now, I can bring to you the big picture of this route. While the outer edge of Pinwheel Forest is peaceful, even serene, it's not for lack of creatures, but rather for lack of conflict. Bouncing from puddle to puddle, we see Timple. It feasts on whatever it can within its colony, from moss to pond scum and more. It helps that Pokemon such as Pidove usually fly through, or at least nest in these areas, meaning all the food that they eat gets dislodged in a bountiful amount of crumbs that can sustain the life of a Timple. Even when these puddles get a little drier, they can simply move to another without fear. After all, the Pidoves are more so focused on berries and seed rather than any other Pokemon here, making them a non-threat. A small population of timber come through and find trees that are weak or dying, ones that they can chop down, which helps naturally increase tree biodiversity. This ensures that if a tree disease were to come through, it wouldn't take the entire forest with it. Timber doesn't know this though, it just knows that it needs square logs for fighting and to help with construction. All the while, if you keep your eyes and ears open, you may notice groups of throws training amongst each other, harnessing their skills, improving their form, gaining strength as they practice their martial arts. Alternatively, if you're quiet enough, you will find a sock working alone, meditating, performing powerful singular blows, and finding their inner strength secluded from others. These two Pokemon species may interact on occasion, because to truly test one skill and learn, you must test yourself against another. But how about we stroll deeper into the forest? The Pidove fly in here, but only in small numbers. This is because it has become far more dangerous the deeper that they go. Though they can also find an array of foods for themselves that are more bountiful, as larger vegetation may grow here. Waddling through the brush and munching on leaves, we find Sewaddle. It is able to freely wander about for the most part here, as it searches for leafy greens up high and down low for it to eat. Though this does not include our leafy Pokemon such as Cottonee and Petalil. After all, Sewaddle makes it a point not to eat other creatures. Instead, it may happily interact with them, watching Cottonee float high above through the winds, wondering where it will go next. Even Cottonee doesn't quite know, though it doesn't matter, as long as it gets plenty of sunlight, which it will. It just leaves some cotton here and there as it travels. Meanwhile, Petalil searches far and wide for beams of light that fall between the leaves and caresses the land itself. This is where we can find them congregate and dance among their kind, even along any other friendly Pokemon that would like to join along. But this is when the happy, carefree life of all of our Pokemon hits a discordant note. For nearby is a gluttonous and greedy predator, fit with poisonous fangs that can even take down Pidove. The clattering of its pointed feet is softened by the forest floor. Its red carapace might be easy to pick out if you're paying attention, but it may still be too fast to avoid. As Venipede flies from the shadows, it digs its fangs deep into Petalil, just enough to ensure that the venom will prevent escape as Venipede eyes up its next target. Unfortunately for it, Cottonee is already floating away, and the Sewaddle has already pulled the leaves on its body over itself in order to camouflage better and avoid detection, ensuring that no air vibrations will be made for Venipede to detect. The Venipede does one final scan, then takes its meal before any other Venipede arrive and try to take it and this Venipede's life. This occurs many times throughout Pinwheel Forest over time, and eventually any regular survivors will have gotten enough sunlight to evolve into Whimsicott and Lilligant. While the two are still vulnerable to poison, the commands of wind Whimsicott has allows it to surf through the air freely and rapidly, making a joke of Venipede's speed and allowing Whimsicott to help protect others and leave. Meanwhile, the Lilligant can continue to guide other Pokemon to the more hidden away spots, safer from the eyes of predators and full of sunlight. This would explain why the two have the rarest encounters in the forest. Now, even Audino may walk through from time to time and aid any poisoned Pokemon that were able to escape. All while jumping from tree to tree, we have our three monkeys, Pansage, Pansear, and Panpour. The three are often found near each other and might visit small groves where our grass Pokemon find their peace. Pansage is able to help heal the sick and fatigued, all while helping find any berries for everyone. Pansear provides warmth and care, which can be comforting, while also cooking up the berries for better enjoyment. And Panpour, provides vitamin-rich water that is essential for helping the body stay healthy and fight off not only poison, but any subsequent disease from bacteria that takes advantage of a Pokemon's weakness after being bitten. And that is our pinwheel force. Gotta admit, I normally think that pan monkeys are nice and their evolutions are completely out of my taste, but after reading up on them and seeing how they could synergize with each other in the wild, I've grown a little bit fonder of them. They're cute, and I'm pretty happy with them. Route 4. A sandstorm delayed the road construction to connect 2 cities. Do I hear 4 new Pokemon? I absolutely do! The joy of being in a new generation where the entire Pokedex is new, or at least 90% of it pretty much, is so refreshing. Though, will Pokemon's version of an apex predator that has theoretically been perfect since it has first entered our timeline be just as impressive? Let's find out as we talk about Sandile. Its eyes resemble shaded binoculars and are shrouded in a black membrane all around their front. This membrane prevents sand from getting in Sandile's eyes and helps it see in the harsh desert sun. Sandile is only found in deserts with the exception of Alola, where the warm environment is comfortable enough for them to appear elsewhere. It usually burrows under the surface of the sand, with only its nose and eyes appearing above the ground. Due to being so closely to the surface, it can move around the desert and allow the heat of the sand to regulate its body temperature. This also serves as a way of hiding from enemies. Its movement through sand has been described as being similar to swimming. When the sun sets, it burrows deep into the sand to sleep until sunrise. As seen in the Pokemon the Series Black and White episode, A Sandile Gusher of Change. In the wild, Sandile can be mischievous and potentially troublesome to even humans. However, Sandile will protect another of its species and can be caring at times. Sandile is an ambush predator, hiding under the sand and waiting for unwary prey such as Trapinch to walk over it before it bites on their legs. However, Sandile is not very skilled at hunting prey. Thus, it also mostly eats anything that collapses in the desert. Hence, it has been known as the cleaner of the desert. That sounds like opportunistic carnivore to me. It's like having a vulture in the form of a crocodile because of the whole cleaner part. And it makes labeling its dietary preferences and place in the ecosystem incredibly clear. Thank you, Pokemon. One great ape I would not want to see being eaten by Sandile is our next resident of the sands, Darumaka. Darumaka has a flame inside its body. While this flame is burning, Darumaka is very active. It cannot calm down in this state and thus becomes uncontrollable. As the flame shrinks, it falls asleep, and at rest, its internal temperature is about 1,100 degrees Fahrenheit or 600 degrees Celsius. At rest. It tucks in its arms and legs when it rests. During that time, it slightly sways. While it is sleeping, it cannot be tipped over no matter how much it is pushed or pulled, kind of like a tumbler doll, which it resembles in this state. Darumaka is well known as a symbol of good luck. It is also known to have very warm droppings, which ancient people put in their clothes to keep themselves warm. It prefers to live in a desert environment as well. We don't know its diet, and Darmanitan doesn't state it either. When we look at Darmanitan, it walks like a gorilla, and its name is derived from the orangutan, though its Japanese name can be broken apart to show the word baboon. So what do we do? Well, let's look at gorillas for starters, and according to Wildlife, or worldwildlife.org, gorillas stick to a mainly vegetarian diet, feeding on stems, bamboo shoots, and fruits. Western lowland gorillas, however, also have an appetite for termites and ants, and break open termite nests to eat the larvae. If we take the orangutan route from Smithsonian National Zoo, we get orangutans eat primarily fruits and play an important role dispersing seeds through defecation, although they spend a majority of their total foraging time feeding on fruits whenever they are available. Orangutans also eat insects and flowers, and during times of fruit scarcity, fall back on a variety of other types of food, including inner bark, leaves, and other vegetation. Orangutans have also been observed eating mineral-rich soil, bird eggs, and occasionally small mammals such as rats and low lorises. Again, those last entries are in times of desperation, though for note, lorises are also primates, and that shocked me for a moment. What we can expect from our Darumaka and Darmanitan is that they will primarily have more herbivorous diets. My primary reason for this, despite what their real-life counterparts eat, is because these Pokemon do represent Zen, meditation, and peace. States of being in which you don't eat or rather fast, similarly to how Meditite and Medicham act, and Darumaka can literally go into a Zen mode when they become Darmanitan, and not eat for up to or over 2,000 years, which is confirmed in the games. This is why we get to see Darumaka bring its arms and legs in when it is tired. It is already practicing Zen. So, to hold true to Pokemon, our Darumaka line does not eat meat unless it is absolutely necessary. Considering their high energy and their fire abilities, they may not even be hurt by the harsh sun and heat, meaning that they can survive and forage without too much concern. We also do find Sandile and Darumaka in the same encounter rate, so there we know they aren't eating each other unless a Darumaka collapses or falls into the pits. Though we may find more answers in another reptile existing here, Scraggy. It carries its loose yellow skin around its legs, resembling trousers, which garner them more respect the saggier they are. Some of the loose skin seems to trail off to form or cover a tail. This pelt is rubbery and can be raised to its neck to reduce the damage it takes from attacks. Scraggy is easily engaged in battle, as it will attack anyone that so much as meets its gaze with a headbutt from its thick cranium. The skull is extremely hard. They are known to take pride in their sturdy skulls, causing them to suddenly headbutt everything. However, the weight of its skull makes it hard for Scraggy to balance itself. Now, it will travel in small groups, walking around lazily, and is said to evolve into Scrafty once its skin is completely stretched out. Gross. Now, Scrafty also doesn't state its diet, but they are based on lizards, and weirdly enough, Scrafty can shoot acid from its mouth according to its Pokédex, and there are a number of lizards that spit or squirt out venom from somewhere. This doesn't really narrow down the range because there's a lot. Now, there is, though, the Mohawk Dunes fringe-toed lizard, which kinda has a mohawk. It looks like a bump unless you look closer, though it does also kinda look like our friend here, beady eyes and all. And according to the US Fish and Wildlife Service, they eat primarily insects, but will eat seeds and flowers as well, relying on them when insects aren't around. Side note, the Latin name for them is Uma Thurmanae, which is a reference to Uma Thurman, you know, the one in Pulp Fiction or Kill Bill that is impossibly hard to miss. And apparently she's done quite a bit environmentally, and I just never really knew that. And what this means ultimately so far, it means that Scraggy is simply foraging in this desert, and on the occasion is so unlucky to have gotten eaten by Sandile, being a pretty good target for our little crocodile to begin with. This is also supported as it does have half the numbers. This could also be from Scraggy and Darumaka competing for similar foods. Now, we do have one last Pokemon encounter here, and it is our first water Pokemon, giving us a very strong and terrifying entry. We have Frillish. Frillish is a hadopelagic Pokemon, which lives in dens about 5 miles or 8 kilometers under the sea surface. Because of this, it can cope with extremely dark and highly pressurized sea conditions. It is carnivorous. It gently floats around in waves until it can strike its prey. It makes its victim numb with the use of its poison spikes and takes it to its deep den. Its arms are filled with tens of thousands of poisonous stingers. There is a legend where Frillish are said to have been created from transformed residents of a sunken ancient city. Frillish preys on Magikarp and Lantern. Female Frillish have slightly longer stingers on their arms, while male Frillish have bigger collars. So what in the world is it doing here if that is where it is supposed to be? Well, it's just floating in from the larger bodies of water, but I guarantee if anything falls into the water, Frillish is taking it, wrapping its tentacle stinger arms around it, and dragging it deep into the bottom of the sea, and ensuring that it perishes in the darkest, most pressurized depths that Frillish can reach. And while they are never depicted to be smiling, it was shown in the anime that they will very, very rarely smile. And I'm sure this would be one of those rare occasions when it has caught its next meal. desert resort. It is a popular place for tourists, but too harsh to be a true resort. So despite its name, it is very much not a resort, and I will consider it to be a natural area. And here comes our interaction so I can paint a picture at the end of this one. We get Sandile, Darumaka, and Scraggy again, and then we added 3 more Pokemon. Now, they are separated by entrance in the actual desert itself, and we'll talk about the differences in species when we get there. First, we have the Mariachi Cactus Maractus itself. When Maractus moves its body rhythmically, it emits sounds reminiscent of maracas being played. This allows Maractus to produce up-tempo songs and dances that it can use to scare away predators. Avian Pokemon in particular may try to feed on its flowers' seeds. Once a year, Maractus scatters its nutrient-rich seeds across the desert, serving as a precious food source for other desert-dwelling Pokemon. And just like that, we now actually know where Scraggy, Darumaka, and many other Pokemon are getting the food that they are relying on for their survival. Maractus is hiding around and is an incredibly vital part of the desert ecosystem. Without Maractus, we actually might not even have seen a number of the Pokemon that we've encountered along the way here. So, to the underrated cactus, I thank you. And y'all better thank Maractus in the comments. Because if our herbivores died, then carnivores such as Sandile would too. But enough about that. Maractus is a cactus, and easy enough, it is subsisting on water and sunlight, taking in whatever nutrients it can from the sandy soil. The next Pokemon is the pebble-dwelling Dwebble. Dwebble is a small orange hermit crab-like Pokemon with large pincers. It has a hook-like tail that is concealed underneath the sectioned chunk of gray rock it uses as a shell. When finding a rock to use as its shell, Dwebble inspects the rock to see if it can be used, then it digs a hole in the rock's bottom. It can expel a corrosive spray from its mouth to help it carve such a hole or to mend its shell. If the rock breaks, Dwebble won't calm down until it can find a replacement. Its search for suitable rocks makes it a natural enemy of Roggenrola and Roly-Poly. If it can't find a suitable, livable rock, it moves into the ports of a Hippowdon, where it dislodges any stuck stones, and in return, the Hippowdon looks after the homeless Dwebble. What a beautiful little relationship they have. Now, despite that little back tail making me think that it might be related to a scorpion of sorts, it is a hermit crab, and according to National Geographic, it states that hermit crabs are omnivorous scavengers, eating microscopic mussels and clams, bits of dead animals, and macroalgae. Now, we don't or won't ever see it in water, but this still tells us that Dwebble is a scavenger. I mean, kind of a no-duh, it's living in the desert. So, while it isn't going to be eating other Pokemon, Dwebble might be eaten by others such as Sandile. Now, as we move into the actual desert, we lose Scraggy and gain a Psychic Guardian in Sigilyph. Sigilyph's psychic powers grant it the ability to levitate constantly. Sigilyph will use its psychic powers to attack anyone who invades its territory. Due to it retaining memories from when it guarded an ancient city or served as the Guardian's emissaries, it apparently flies along the same route constantly. Sigilyph lives in deserts and rocky environments. So, unfortunately, this means that Sigilyph isn't actually eating or being eaten by anything. It's an ancient Pokemon that I would argue was built by mankind, even. So, it's just existing. And then, if a random squirrel comes through, it just kind of gets blown to smithereens. As such, I can't go another area without painting a picture. Caught between 2 elevations of Earth, we find ourselves walking through the narrow passageway of the desert resort. The thin corridor being perfect to corral the winds, making them sweep with more ferocity across the land, tilling up the soil and graining it down to nothing but these fine sandy grains. There aren't many places to hide here, making it hard to avoid the devilish heat of the sun, but the Pokemon we do find do their best to survive despite these conditions. Maractus thrive in the desert. Here it finds none of the predators it would normally have. In fact, as it grows, digging its roots deep into the soil to draw upon water that would be otherwise too deep for any other plants to get, its flowers begin to bloom. And as Maractus shakes, not only does its seeds rattle like maracas, but these seeds are also let out, spread throughout the lands where they will eventually be found in the sand by Pokemon such as Darumaka and Scraggy. The Darumaka are children in the most literal of terms. They are full of energy, bouncing constantly to rid themselves of this energy while beaming their smile to the world around them. They may even dance with the maracas and be given seeds directly, despite what might be expected of a grass and fire Pokemon typically. Alternatively, when Scraggy comes through, it gathers as many seeds as it can while being a little bit more of a pugilist. It raises its fist to Darumaka, who doesn't immediately respond, and after missing a few attacks, the Scraggy gives up the fight and walks away with his stash, neither Pokemon actually becoming harmed in the process. In either case, any Pokemon with meat may become unlucky, as all it takes is one wrong step, and you're being grabbed by the ankle as Sandile reveals itself from under the sand. It lays in wait as a trap all day long to conserve energy for this exact moment, if it isn't already tunneling after you. Once it has its hold, it refuses to let go, death rolling the other Pokemon and dragging them under the sand to never be seen again in a living burial. What does remain is simply scavenged by the Dwebble, scuttling their way through the unforgiving desert. They pick at the scraps left behind by all the other Pokemon in order to eat their own fill. Unfortunately for them, as they scavenge, they and many other Pokemon may wander deeper into the desert. With one step too far, they are evaporated by the strange, living, flying totem we know as Sigilyph, a creature that seems to be all too well designed to easily defeat or run away from any Pokemon here in the Desert Resort. So, with this next one, right after reading Desert Resort, I was contemplating whether or not to include this next entry, which is the Relic Castle. I don't have any of what I'm about to say scripted out, but I do have the encounters right in front of me, where we see Sandile, Yamask, Krokorok, Cofagrigus, Onix, Claydol, and then we also see the big, beautiful, sun god worshipped Pokemon known as Volcarona, but only one of them deep in the castle. Now, I'm not going to go through all of them, because it doesn't feel fair to these Pokemon. Cofagrigus lies in wait until something comes. A grave robber comes in and tries to steal from it, then you will be turned into a mummy. It eats gold. We've talked about Sandslash. We know Krokorok, I know it'll appear in the future, and it is another predator. It doesn't work with other Pokemon just yet. And Claydol is a creature that has been created by past humanity to serve as a guardian itself, while Onix is traveling through here underground, creating tunnels and helping bury the castle indirectly as time goes on. Volcarona, this is the only place where you find Volcarona, and you don't find Larvesta naturally in the wild anywhere. And that is why I don't want to go too deep into Relic Castle here. Volcarona is a predator, so is Larvesta. They will burn their targets and they will eat them as they search for prey. In addition, Volcarona does one very terrifying thing, and that is its flames will actually burn up all oxygen in the area, which could explain why we see Yamask here, because Yamask is a Pokemon derived after humans have died. If you want to know way more about Relic Castle and the Great Pokemon War, I deeply implore you to go watch my video on that. I go through the entire timeline from before AZ to the modern day and how it has affected Pokemon as a whole. For now, we move on to Route 5, a busy road where performers gather. Shockingly enough, every Pokemon here is new with exception to Audino. In addition, rather than getting Purloin, we immediately get its evolution, Liepard. Liepard has well-developed muscles that allow it to run silently and strike opponents from behind. It has also been known to vanish and reappear without warning. It is known to be rather moody and vicious. In Galar, it competes with Thievul for territory, and this is just a normal ambush predator kitty cat type thing. And without a changed diet, it basically becomes a speedy and efficient stealth cat that will not only steal away Pokemon, but most likely will steal away your food. Hence why we find it here with a bunch of performers. It's also a very Persona-like design, in my opinion, mask and all, so it may even fit in well with the performers and be freely given food. Speaking of cats and trash, Pokemon would like to claim the following entry as that thinned central grouping in the Venn diagram, as we have Trubbish next. This Pokemon was created when a mixture of domestic and industrial waste underwent a chemical reaction of sorts. Trubbish emits noxious burp-like gases which, when inhaled, will render the victim bedridden for a week. This gas can also prove fatal when inhaled by young Pokemon and children. Yeah, that's likely because the gases are concentrated forms of methane, maybe ammonia, depending on the contents of Trubbish, which, yeah, that's bad. As evidenced in the Pokemon the Series Black and White episode, Here Comes the Trubbish Squad, Trubbish's ear-like tufts stand straight up when startled, are lifted if happy, and lowered if it is feeling down. I never thought that I'd be sitting here saying that a trash bag is cute, yet here we are. Trubbish is a little cute for this little bit of information alone, because those little trash bag pieces are like ears. Furthermore, in the same episode, it is also explained that once Trubbish befriends a person, it will cease expelling foul odors. So we basically just need to make friends with all the Trubbish and then let them eat as much as they want, and nothing will stink anymore. Done. Perfect solution. Now, it prefers unsanitary places such as garbage dumps, where it finds trash and other rotten stuff such as moldy apples for food. In other regions, Alolan Grimer is a common enemy of Trubbish, and Alolan Muk preys on it. Galarian Weezing feed on the fumes produced by Trubbish, but that also means that they don't actually kill them, and we'll get to those regions in the future. We haven't even gotten to Kalos yet. Though one Pokemon that won't hunt Trubbish, but would definitely push it away if it's making a mess, would be our little chinchilla Minccino. Its tail acts like a broom or mop, as Minccino uses it to clean its den. It also uses the tail to brush others of its species as a form of greeting. The one with the fluffier tail will be more prideful. It has a fondness for shiny objects and prefers clean habitats. It is obsessed with cleaning dirty items, and Minccino always keeps its tail clean. When it gets dirty, Minccino will wash it with clean spring water. With no diet here, or even if we look at Cinccino, their real-life inspiration, chinchillas are our saving grace. And I'll be honest, I was getting a little bit of mixed information from so many different sources with no real singular source that I felt I could directly quote and trust, but between all of them, the common foods that I found that many sources would say is that they eat in the wild grass, seeds, insects, and twigs. Here's the kicker though. Every route we found Minccino on, we don't find any bug-type Pokemon. This suggests that they in fact are purely herbivores, similar to how domesticated pet chinchillas may have their diet set as. It is a little interesting that, again, we get Pokemon flipping the head on a real-life animal, because real-life chinchillas, I believe they like to stay clean and they'll take dust baths. But if they get any moisture on them, their fur doesn't get rid of it well, and so their fur will fall out, and yeah, that's not going to go well for them. Adding to our company of performers, we have the Lady of the Stars. The fortune teller Gothita is here. Gothita intently observes those around it, looking at something only it can see. It can become so focused that it ends up being unaware of attacks. Gothita are normally known to be innocent. It is usually quiet, but sometimes it makes muted cries even when alone. This is believed to be Gothita communicating with invisible beings. In other words, when it's talking about it being innocent, it's not a creature that's trying to play pranks on others. It is legitimately seeing something. Maybe your fate. Maybe a spirit's around you. When we look at the entire line, we find our closest hint towards a diet is that Gothita puts people and Pokemon to sleep before kidnapping them. Though this is not confirmed that it actually eats them, similar to how Drowsy might kidnap somebody but only eats their dreams. In addition, it does use starlight as its power source and is suspected to be from space. In which case, in a very strange case, this line may not eat anything at all and may instead survive off of starlight energy. Our last entry is the single-cell Pokemon Solosis. Solosis is a round green Pokemon surrounded by a darker green gel-like substance. This liquid covering allows Solosis to live under any conditions, even in the vacuum of space. But when taking heavy blows, its fluid covering may leak away. It uses psychic powers to communicate with telepathy, as well as to drive away potential threats. It is a single-cell organism that goes through cell division as it evolves and likely just subsists on water maybe small particulate matter. If anything tries to eat it, the substance inside the cell walls it has will likely kill the creature. So Solosis is not really completely part of our ecosystem. So you might be wondering, why do we have so many Pokemon yet so few interactions? Unova is representative of New York, and this route is representative of performers. Tricksters like Liepard, trash left out in the form of Trubbish, Minccino for rodents, though they clean rather than spread filth, Gothita for the fortune tellers, and Solosis is kind of an oddball, honestly. I couldn't really figure out a, thing for that, but I guess you could say it's technically derived from bacteria, considering it is a single-cell organism, but that might be a bit of a stretch and is not entirely accurate. Now, all of this does come together in different ways than what we are used to for our ecology, as all these Pokemon don't interact with each other as much as they are codependent on humanity and the interactions they have with humans. But we aren't done yet, because we look into the rustling grass, we get Audino, of course, and 2 more Pokemon, starting with the evolution of Minccino, Cinccino. Cinccino's fur is coated in a special oil that repels enemy attacks. Cinccino also uses this oil to coat its nest, protecting it from dust. The oil could also be used as a skin treatment and is sold for a high price. Cinccino's fur feels amazing to the touch, and it repels dust and prevents static electricity buildup. Why don't I throw in a not-so-fun fact while we're here? This Pokemon is representative of when chinchillas were being used to create fur scarves a long time ago. So, I guess that's more of an unfun fact now that I think about it. Sorry. Our other friend here is one of my favorite little electric rodents, Emolga. Emolga lives in treetops, sometimes in holes gouged by Pikipek, which are not in this region, and uses its flaps to glide from tree to tree. It generates electricity in the electric sacs on its cheeks, stores it in its membrane, and discharges it while gliding. Emolga does this in order to be able to scare off bird Pokemon, giving it the capability to gather lots of food. It then grills its food, being berries or bug Pokemon, with electric shocks before eating. Due to its tendency to stuff its cheeks with food, Emolga sometimes has difficulties flying. While Emolga is cute, it tends to cause trouble. Considering that there are no bug Pokemon here, we can start to suspect that our rustling grass Pokemon are truly rarer Pokemon simply moving their way through the area, which does make sense considering that rustling grass is noted to be rare after all. And while Pikipek isn't in this region, it is nice to at least be told these interactions, especially as it has become a rodent that can fight back against flying type Pokemon. Maybe not all of them, but at least the ones that aren't fully evolved. Again, this ultimately means, for clarification, that Emolga is likely traveling from here to other areas where we maybe don't see it as much and thus is not in the encounter table and is eating the bug Pokemon as it just zooms on through. Route 6, a road with many trees for nature lovers. This will be the first route in which the seasons make a difference. The encountered species here changes in the winter, so we'll talk about the other parts of the year as a collective first. Starting with the evolution to Pete of Tranquil. Tranquil has an acute memory, and no matter how far it travels, it is always able to return to its trainer and nest. It is said to live in deep forests where there is a peaceful place without war. It is often used as partners for delivery workers. This is something common in the form of delivery pigeons, actually. We just have it here in the form of a 2-foot-tall bird. And based on its entry, its diet has not changed. In fact, the idea of having peace without conflict helps support the idea that it wouldn't even eat a grass-type Pokemon. It is here in small numbers until winter comes around, then it departs for warmer weather. To follow, our little Swaddle has grown up just a little bit and is covering itself in blankets of leaves in the form of its evolution Swadloon. It drapes the leaves over itself and draws them closed around its body, so only a large crescent slit remains for its face to appear. This leafy cloak keeps the Pokemon warm. The top of the cloak has 2 semicircular leaves that form a V shape. These 2 head leaves allow Swadloon to detect air movements and feel the surrounding area. I almost said aura. Swadloon lives on the forest floor and converts fallen leaves into nourishment, which help the surrounding plant life grow. So, Swadloon has become a decomposer, not uncommon for bugs. After all, the only reason it has a grass typing is not because it is actually a plant, but simply because it has such a deep relationship with nature. We can't say this despite the chlorophyll ability that it does have, because we know that it is just a cloak. The cloak can be destroyed and it doesn't make our Pokemon sick, it will just replace it, or eat it if food is scarce. It's just in its best interest to keep the cloak happy and healthy, as it is the first line of defense for Swadloon and its line. Its decomposition is also healthy for other grass-type Pokemon, which may attract them to areas that Swadloon reside in. For example, our next entry, Deerling. If Deerling senses animosity, it will hide in tall grass. It moves in herds, as it is timid around humans. Despite this, it does whatever it wants, even around humans. Deerling will take a liking towards anyone who feeds it. It will playfully headbutt anybody it likes, even if headbutts are a little painful. It dwells in sparsely populated areas away from humans, and it is herbivorous. Thank you for that direct confirmation, Game Freak. Despite their innocent and adorable appearance, Deerling are considered pests by farmers, as they tend to eat all of their plant shoots. Because of this, and because Lycanroc is a natural enemy of Deerling, farmers often use Lycanroc to guard their fields from Deerling in Alola. Which, yes, real deer can be incredibly invasive, and they're so good at having tons and tons of babies, they need a good predator to keep them in check, otherwise the entire species, amongst other species, could suffer if they get a disease and it runs rampant, or simply if they just eat all the food in the area, starving out themselves and other creatures. Deerling does have 4 forms: spring, summer, autumn, and winter, and aside from differing in coloration, it also has different scents depending on the season. During spring, its scent is delicate, sweet, and calming. During summer, it has a distinct grassy scent. During autumn, it has a softly sweet scent, and during winter, it actually doesn't have a scent, which is really cool because this would reflect the scents that we would naturally get in nature. And if it had a strong scent in winter, it would make it such an easy target because there's so much snow. There's not as many other scents. And if the more you stand out, the more you are likely to be hunted down. Otherwise, it is just your average deer that can't photosynthesize, since it does have chlorophyll, probably primarily because of its fur, and it's going to go after plants while being a bit of a plant itself. I genuinely doubt that it would be trying to eat Swallow or any other type of grass Pokemon. If anything, it might mistake them for its normal meal and then get scared off when they decide to move or if they try to attack. They make up a third of the population year-round in this area. Though, there is a chance our deer has a little beetle to watch out for in the next Pokemon. Making up a quarter of the population is Carablast. When it senses danger, it spews an acidic liquid from its mouth. It targets its rival Shelmet, so that way it can evolve through electric-like energy that is shared between them. Shelmet is also the preferred prey of Carablast, as it eats the inside after melting the shell. It resides in forests and fields, and it often hides in trees or grass if threatened. So, we confirm that it will eat insects, though we definitely need to dig a little bit deeper. It is shown that Carablast may be partly derived from Carabus, which is a genus of beetles belonging to the ground beetle family. Even in Japanese, we get Karabumo, potentially from Maimai-kaburi. Really need to figure out how to say some of these names better. Maimai-kaburi, meaning Carabus blastoides. According to an article sourced from Toho University, Carabid beetles that prey on land snails have diverged into slender and stout body forms. The slender type can insert its head into the shells of large snails, but struggles with smaller ones. Conversely, the stout type, equipped with strong mandibles, can crush and consume snails by breaking their shells. Yet, its short, thick head is less effective for shell insertion. This trade-off between inserting the head and breaking the shell has driven the evolution of these two forms in snail-eating beetles, a phenomenon known as the beetle's dilemma. And this is amazing. This actually explains why Carablast goes after our snail Pokemon and even steals away their shell rather than just flat out destroying it all the time. But do they eat more than snails? And according to University of Wisconsin-Madison, represent Wisconsin, caterpillars, grubs, and adults of other beetles, fly maggots, and pupae, earthworms, and other small soil dwellers are common prey for many ground beetles. They can consume their body weight in food daily. Some species are phytophagious, feeding on leaf tissue and seeds. Consumption of fallen weed seeds can be significant in reducing weed populations in some cases, although the beetles never eliminate all the weeds. So, if we extend all this information over to Carablast, making it so that while it will aggressively go after the snail shellmets, it will definitely go after other bug types and even grass type Pokemon. This puts a number of small Pokemon at risk, but I don't think Carablast would be anything more than a pest to Deerling, getting a few small bites in, and it is known as the clamping Pokemon, so it could be seen similar to a tick biting onto our deer. A very big, 1 foot, 8 inch tall tick. Now, let's go on a small tangent, because I've had ticks on me. I used to work at a state forest, and during my time there, I worked into a part of the fall, tending to the trails by myself. It was a great time. Well, in fall, with all the leaves down, dark, damp places are the places where ticks love to reside in the most. And I remember taking a couple steps through, I was maybe 10 minutes onto the trail, I had 7 ticks on me, crawling up my pants. 7 ticks. And you don't think much of it. Kroonk, 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 kroonk. Checked myself. I've had 2 tick bites my entire life, and both of those happened during my time at the state forest. Not that big of a deal as most people say. I mean, you want, or make of it, you definitely want to follow through and follow the modern guidelines to figure out if you are in trouble or not, but I definitely wasn't in trouble at all. The first time I ever had one, I thought it was a scab. My brain didn't think anything of it, and for some reason, usually I leave my scabs alone, and it said grab it and rip it. Ripped it off, which could have been bad. Ripped it off, and I held within my hand a little wriggling monster. I was like, oh! Oops. Flushed it down the sink. Bye-bye. Now back to Pokemon, as the last Pokemon we see in regular grass in all times of the year is Fungus. Within the Pokemon world, there is a theory that suggests that the developer of modern Pokeballs actually modeled it after Fungus's cap due to liking the Pokemon, although this is supposition. Fungus uses its Pokeball-like pattern to lure people and Pokemon into grassy areas, before releasing a cloud of poisonous spores to defend itself. In other words, if Fungus evolved after the creation of Pokeballs, then that means Fungus absolutely adapted in order to kill humanity. Great. As if Pokemon themselves weren't already terrifying enough with how strong they are, we actually have a direct predator of humanity in Fungus. These spores can be used as a stomach medicine if thoroughly dried. Fungus moves by either hopping or turning on its side and rolling on its cap, although I don't understand how it would control itself because it seems like it's off level, which means that if it rolled itself, it would probably only be able to roll in a circle over and over again, but whatever. It is one of the shortest grass-type Pokemon. It prefers damp places, such as around trees, because duh, it's a mushroom, and this is actually perfectly in line for it. Fungus will create what is called the Wood Wide Web, a symbiotic relationship between trees and fungi that provides water and nutrients to both parties and connects many trees together. Again, I talk about that plenty in my video explaining every grass-type Pokemon, so if you want to learn more about that, go check that out. Otherwise, any Pokemon that would eat mushrooms are on the docket for Fungus, turning the tables. Otherwise, it is just a basic decomposer as you would expect a mushroom to be. When winter rolls in, and the tranquil do depart, the Vanillite are born on the coldest of days. Vanillite is a small Pokemon with a head covered in snow, overall resembling soft-served vanilla ice cream in a cup or wafer cone. Beneath this is its actual head, which is made of the same icy material as its body. The snow on a Vanillite's head can melt with heat or repeated touching, leaving its head exposed. If seen in this state, Vanillite becomes embarrassed, which we'll get back to that. Vanillite are born from icicles that are hit by morning sunlight and wish not to melt. It can blow winds with temperatures as low as negative 58 degrees Fahrenheit or negative 50 degrees Celsius, which causes it to create crystals and make it snow in nearby areas when it exhales. It sleeps buried under snow and gains energy from the morning sun. In hotter regions, it is treasured by households, though it shrinks little by little. Glalie is a natural predator of Vanillite. Luckily, we don't see any Glalie here. In other words, because I know some people are going to take the joke that it is too far, Vanillite is not a parasite. It is not eaten by humans, and it is made of pure ice. Why would it even bother to be eaten by other humans when that is not how it grows or evolves, in addition to the fact that it can use its breath to freeze you solid? If it melts, it genuinely dies and ceases to exist, so it avoids it at all costs. The reason why it gains energy from the morning sun is because the sunlight melts it just enough so that when nighttime rolls around, all of that water will all freeze again, all within a controlled manner, so that way our little ice cream friend can actually grow as any other icicle would, because that's what it actually is. It's an icicle. Look at its evolutions. Case closed. This is one of the few situations where I'm willing to tell literally anyone who says otherwise they are wrong. Just like how people think Clefairy is a carnivore. Parting the rustling grass, we see Audino, as always, but we add in a Mulga, taking up 20% of the population, and add in 2 evolutions that come in as incredibly rare at 5%, which are Unpheasant, who is not here in the winter, and Levany. The male Unpheasant has a reddish-pink wattle around its eyes. Long ribbon-like growths from the wattle extend over its head and past its shoulders. By swinging its head, the male threatens its opponents. The male also has a mint green underside with speckling towards the chest. The males are known to fly faster than females. In contrast, the female lacks a wattle and has brown markings on its underside. It is also more adept at flying than the males due to its stamina. However, the females take a longer time to adjust to people. Unpheasants are known to be immensely proud and intelligent. It prefers to not feel close to anyone other than its trainer. So, this gets a little complicated. Sure, birds commonly have males that are more brightly colored than female birds. This isn't to say that females never have the dazzling display though. It's just less common from species to species. This is called sexual dimorphism, different traits shown between the sexes of the same species. This is all to attract a mate, of course, and we could attribute Unpheasant's behavior to scaring away opponents to the field of mating. So, it's just likely fighting only other Unpheasants. And it does take inspiration from the Dyard's Fireback based on its design, which is said to eat many invertebrates, fruits, and berries. Again, I can't find anything hinting towards the idea that Unpheasant actually hunts other Pokemon for its meal. If anything, we have more evidence that leans us towards the idea that they only fight each other during the mating season because of their hidden ability, Rivalry. When a Pokemon with Rivalry uses an attack, the attack's power is raised by 25% if the target and the user have the same gender, and is reduced by 25% if the target and the user have opposite genders. Rivalry also powers up confusion damage, which is really funny because imagine confusing somebody because you're flirting with them and then they're oblivious, and I'm an oblivious person, I've been there. In other words, we can now safely assume completely that Unpheasant only fights against its own kind and has the same diet as before. Moving on to Levany, its arm blades are powerful enough to slice through a tree trunk with a single swing. It generally lives in forests and is very parental and uses its cutters and the sticky silk it produces to create clothing made of leaves for small Pokemon. It is known to make warm wrappings for young Sewaddle. It also warms its eggs with fermented falling leaves. While usually gentle, it will attack anyone or anything that harms young Pokemon. Same diet as before, and even helps young Pokemon. The Leaf Nanny does well at her job, and yes, that is exactly what Levany is. Leaf Nanny. But we're not done yet, because we can finally include a Pokemon from the water again. The next one finally being Basculin. The main difference between the 3 forms of Basculin is the color of the stripe that separates the black and green on their body. All form of Basculin have fins in the same places, with one on top of the body, ahead of the tail fin, one below the body, ahead of the tail fin, and 2 side fins. The red stripe form has jagged fins that resemble tridents, whereas the blue stripe form has smooth fins all around. The red stripe form has circular red eyes, while the blue stripe form has narrower blue eyes. And for notes, we only have red and blue in the modern day, unless you go to the Timeless Woods and Kitakami, and yeah, then that's a whole other situation. And the red and blue typically depends on which game you are playing, Pokemon Black or Pokemon White, but as with all the ecology I have done, I'm just combining them into one singular idea, or one singular world, as it should be. Red and blue striped Basculin are extremely hostile, especially towards their opposite form. They generally start fighting each other on sight for territory. However, on rare occasions, one form may swim with the other's school. Basculin is full of vitality and reproduces quickly. When a school of Basculin appears in a lake, Pokemon other than Corphish and Crawdons actually flee. It competes with Carvanha for food. So you're telling me that even Crawdons, the Pokemon that will absolutely bully every other Pokemon in the ponds and lakes that it resides in, grabbing them and throwing them out the water, only allowing Feebas, not even Magikarp, only allowing Feebas to stay and reside in the same space as it, will actually run away from this Pokemon, from Basculin? And then on top of that, Basculin is just flat out eating anything it can that has meat, since Carvanha is an opportunistic carnivore itself. Very aggressive carnivore. Now, Basculin has often been referred to as the Thug of the Lake, or Thug of the River, and uses its jaws, which are strong enough to leave bite marks in iron sheets, to devour everything in its way. There's our confirmation. However, despite their fierce reputation, Basculin become prey to stronger organisms, such as Bombardier and Dodonzo. Too bad they aren't in this region. Basculin were also once consumed by humans and were considered very delicious. The meat of blue-striped Basculin has an inoffensive light flavor, while the meat of red-striped Basculin is fattier and was more popular with the youth. Basculin is a popular Pokemon with anglers due to its resistance. They like a good fight. Many people release Basculin into lakes illegally, causing its population to grow abundant. So let's break all of this down, because that's a lot of just raw information. We have a Pokemon that can reproduce rapidly and in incredible numbers, and yet is also released into the wild illegally. This all can result in Basculin being an incredibly invasive species that will create a monoculture through killing every single other Pokemon in the water if they can. Great. That's not a problem at all. But, it makes sense why it's illegal to release them. Then again, you also just don't generally want to just randomly release any animal into the wild. It isn't safe for them and isn't safe for other animals for that matter. It's best to surrender them to the appropriate authorities, such as an animal sanctuary. Now, despite the wide array of Pokemon, the only one that is a threat to other Pokemon is Carablast and Fungus. Everyone else isn't really interacting with each other. Sure, a Molga will absolutely take down a Carablast for a meal, since it does eat bug Pokemon, maybe even a Swadloon if it can. But that explains why we don't see Swaddle here, because of the pressure that predators such as Carablast and Emolga put onto it, forcing it to evolve. Meanwhile, Tranquil and Deerling are fairly uncontested. They don't even eat the same food as herbivores, so they can freely grow. I would say the only reason we see Tranquil here is simply because Carablast is a bit aggressive, and maybe some of our P-dubs were falling prey to it and Fungus on occasion while foraging. And of course, anything that does fall in the forest gets consumed by Fungus. And yeah, if anybody was unlucky enough to go by the drinking water and get grabbed by a Basculin, yeah, you're probably not going to be living. But let's move on. The Stralton Cave, a forgotten cave sealed with hints of a legend's presence. Woobat is here, and so is Drillbur if you decide to investigate the dust clouds. But stay in there long enough and you may notice that the rocks aren't all that they seem, as we have the evolution of Roggenrola here, Boldore. Its orange crystals, which are tough enough to break diamonds, are the hardened form of its endless leaking energy. So much for Diamond being unbreakable. Another Pokemon to chalk up for fixing the energy crisis in Galar. Again though, this could just be akin to geothermal energy. Boldore's crystals shine brightly when it begins overflowing with power, or when it is preparing to fire bursts of energy. Kind of a big deal to figure out which one of those it is. Oh, it's just high energy today, don't worry about that. Or it just blows up everybody around it. Is it happy and full of energy, or is it angry? We don't know until somebody dies. Because its crystals are valuable, with a fragment being capable of powering 100 dump trucks. You know what? Usually I do the math on this stuff. No, I'm not doing the math on that. Damn it! According to Custom Truck One source, I'm not even going to say if that's 1,000% reliable, but the range for a dump truck is between 300 and 600 horsepower. Oh my gosh. That means that it has the equivalent to power 30,000 to 60,000, depending on the range, horsepower. What does that mean? I don't want to go further. This is one of the few times where it's so ridiculous, in description that I don't want to go further. Let it be funny and let it not be Mr. Nerd Science Brain crunching that down. Now, because of this, Boldore is targeted for those valuable crystals. What I'm hearing here is that we have Boldore poachers. Even the Pokemon world isn't safe from these things. I mean, we kind of knew that from Slowpoke anyway, but Boldore searches for underground water in the caves where it lives. However, because it is uncomfortable around water, it is always very careful about lapping it up. A healthy Boldore will always have its core sticking out. That kind of makes me think of hydrophobic people and how they feel about knowing water is inside of their body. I mean, it's not the same because they don't see it, typically, is the idea. Again, this makes me think that we have some sort of reverse rock formation sequence going on here. Normally, the water drips down and everything left behind creates the stalagmite. But in the case of Boldore, it is drinking in the water and likely siphoning out the minerals to extend its crystals. After all, it isn't eating anything, so this growth has to occur from somewhere. And for it to stay healthy, it has to continually form these cores, meaning that it needs a source of water. Due to relying on sound to know what is nearby, it always faces the same way, never moving in a diagonal direction. Even when brought to anger, it will attack while facing in its initial direction. That's gotta be really awkward. This is no different than the Nose Pass situation. The only other Pokemon here is a funny little dragon that would like to ask you a question. Yes, it's ask you. I couldn't help it. What do you want from me? I'm just as susceptible to these things as anybody else. Axew's tusks can regenerate if broken and will regrow if they fall out. This repeated regrowth strengthens and sharpens its tusks. Its husks serve numerous purposes, such as making territorial gashes in trees and boulders, playing with each other, and crushing berries for eating. In ancient times, people used Axew's discarded tusks as cooking knives. As shown in the Pokemon the Series Black and White episode, The Dragon Master's Path, Axew is skilled at climbing walls and trees. It lives in nests made in the ground. Berries are its choice of food. I would normally expect it to dig up some roots with tusks like that, but it must be a little bit awkward and take too much energy than it's actually worth. This means that this cave is full of peaceful little creatures again, that find this place to be a safe home to exist inside of. The only Pokemon here that is eating others would be Drillbur, who is digging deep for bug Pokemon. I'm sure some level of territorial dispute may occur between Axew and Drillbur, depending on where they dig, and if the Axew tries to steal from Drillbur's food storage in winter, but otherwise, it seems pretty calm here. We get another detour with Charge Stone Cave, a cave where electrically charged stones float. It's pretty cool if we think about this more and more and come to realize that the reason that they float is through magnetism, just a very, very large scale form of it. This isn't impossible in real life, but it is incredibly unlikely, and I couldn't find a naturally occurring place where this happens. After all, we are seeing massive pure stones that are reacting to each other. I'm sure there's a planet out there that's like it. I mean, there's a planet much closer to the sun in another universe than Mars is to our sun, and so half of it is just magma, lava, and rock, apparently. So anything's theoretically possible at this point. Boldore can be found here as well, alongside Drillbur and the Dust Clouds again, but we also get 4 additional Pokemon, starting with a jumping spider by the name of Joltik. It is capable of producing silk from these mandibles that it has, enabling it to hang from trees. At 4 inches, 0.1 meters tall, Joltik is one of the shortest Pokemon in existence. In fact, it is too small to generate its own electricity, so it attaches itself to larger Pokemon and feeds off of their static electricity. More than often, it prefers sticking onto Yamper's hindquarters. It also makes its way into houses and feeds off of electricity in electrical sockets. All the energy it absorbs, it stores in an electric pouch on its body. So now I'm imagining a little Joltik with a cute little pocket. As seen in Pokemon this series Black and White episode, Oshawa's Lost Scalchop, Joltik is not especially aggressive, but will defend itself if bothered. In the episode Crisis at Chargestone Cave, it's shown that if Joltik is unable to find a source of energy, it will be unable to move and be put in serious danger. Joltik mainly live in caves and cities with electricity. So we have a Pokemon that's an electric parasite, basically? I mean, it's not really stealing from them, and it says static electricity. If I wore a woolly coat, I would generate a bunch of static electricity if I moved around just right. So the Joltik might want to just stick onto me. It might love Mareep, but it's like, it's not that these Pokemon, not all of them can, but a good chunk of electric Pokemon can generate their own electricity, and it's not stealing it from their electric organ. So this is a really strange area for Joltik to exist in, because it's not a parasite, but it is. Now, Joltik is here in this cave because there is an abundance of electricity for it to absorb, allowing it to fill its pouches and then depart if it so wishes. Considering that it stores electricity into a pouch and doesn't necessarily literally feed on electricity, we can assume that it does as all spiders do and will eat whatever it can catch in its web. Though that really isn't saying much since it's one of the smallest Pokemon out there. This means that they have to live in high numbers and work together, or they're being fed by a Galvantula. Speaking of, to confirm Joltik's diet, Galvantula does hunt birds at the very least, and has shown to be extremely caring and protective of Joltik, even going as far to aggressively find ways to help it. So there we go, communal electric spiders that will even eat birds. Joltik just needs a little bit of help right now. Scraping moss off of walls, we find Ferroseed. Ferroseed prefer living in mossy caves. It can stick its spikes into cave walls to absorb minerals from the rocks. If threatened, it can shoot a barrage of spikes so it can escape by rolling away. Ferroseed's aim at throwing spikes will not be good at first, requiring practice to improve it. As seen in the Pokemon the series Black and White episode Crisis at Ferroseed Research, Ferroseed can absorb nutrients from rocks and use them to grow moss for oxygen. Different rocks create different types of moss with a variety of effects. Notably, its spikes can grow big and strong from consuming the moss. Absorbing nutrients from rocks that come from Chargestone Cave yields disastrous results, which is explosive. While it is clear that they use minerals from rocks and moss to grow, Ferroseed raises a lot of questions to me. We can assume that they are the moss itself. After all, if they are eating different forms of moss, it results in different effects. This is something that we see in a number of Pokemon, the most obvious of which being Pokemon that live in more iron-rich environments. We've seen this happen with Goodra, for example, in its Hisuian form. And considering that when it evolves, it does get larger tentacles, and the eyes seem to be attached to the green portions, not attached to the metallic surface, it makes it a little bit clearer to me that it is the moss, with a shell encasement from other minerals that it may have absorbed. This makes me wonder if there's some distant relation between this Pokemon and Fortress. Now, they are likely inadvertently scraping down the walls as well, like a deeper gouge, not just the moss that they're collecting or the mineral sources that they're able to find. This will create small openings in the rock for other Pokemon and can even guide any water movement. Actually, now I think about it, that would actually be amazing for a Joltik to have little holes or homes to go into without having to dig itself or having to be as threatened because Ferroseed isn't going to go after it. And in the end, it ultimately wouldn't be a significant contributor to cave expansion outside of that, but it is interesting to think about all of that either way. Twins are present in every generation now, as Clink come in a pair. Clink can launch itself at opponents. Once two bodies have joined, they cannot combine with any others or they will become separated. Clink generates its life energy by spinning and is generally found in caves. So, you're telling me that their motion creates energy, but they need energy to move. So either they are living perpetual motion machines, making it so that there are two different Pokemon that exist this way, or alternatively, we have another shark situation where as long as they continue moving, they create friction between each other, but since they are metal, they are constantly trading electrons, thus electricity, and generating their own life energy that way. That would also assume that two Clink that are combined together are made up of two different pure materials. My head hurts too, just bear with me. To dig deeper on this, they have the abilities plus, minus, and clear body. So they are magnetic, each singular Clink having a positive or negative charge. And then, because of their hidden ability clear body, they are purely a singular material that allows them to be magnetic. I also assume they are not diamagnetic, Otherwise, they would repel each other at some point during their rotations that they have. Look, again, my brain hurts too. I am not an expert on magnetism, or really anything for that matters, but this seems to be the most logical conclusion that I could drum up. According to Professor Juniper, the first recorded evidence of this Pokemon dates to around 100 years ago in the Chargestone Cave. She believes that it suddenly appeared in the cave at that time. However, it is also believed that Clink are the inspiration behind the first gears invented by ancient people. I feel like a lot of our steel types have ancient history within our world. Magnemite was seen in the Great Pokemon War. We know Meltan is an ancient species that we thought to not actually exist. And then other steel types that exist out there, which it does all make sense considering steel is supposed to be pure and long-lasting in theory. Heck, Dialga is an exemplification of this. It is literally the god of time. Now, the Clink are just having an easier time existing as they can find their polar opposite partner easier within this very magnetic cave. So it is less about finding food, which they don't eat, but rather about them combining with a partner for life and building up more magnetism from each other and their surroundings. The last entry for this cave is the tiny Dynamo Tynamo. Tynamo has an organ that generates electricity, which it discharges when in danger. A single Tynamo does not generate much power, so groups of Tynamo move in schools and create a shock that is comparable to lightning. The Pokemon Company merchandise artwork and several TCG illustrations depict Tynamo swimming in or leaping out of bodies of water, which is very strange considering we always just see it floating around in areas when we first encountered it. So, what does any of this mean? Well, you can ride on a current of water, and Tynamo is an electric type Pokemon riding on an electric current. Get it? It's a fun little pun, but we haven't been told what Tynamo's diet is. Electric does state that it is a vigorous carnivore and has a good appetite. As such, we can assume that Tynamo is also a carnivore, but might struggle against anything super strong, so it may just be an opportunistic carnivore that just preys upon anything that it can or picks up on the scraps that it can whenever they have the chance until it evolves. We could also support all this as baby eels known as elevers in the wild eat aquatic insects and small fish. In tanks, they have been known to eat bloodworms, earthworms, live small fish, frozen beef liver, and macroinvertebrates collected from streams, according to Susquehanna River Basin Commission. In other words, the only Pokemon that Tynamo is likely going after here is actually Joltik. After all, they are both very small. In fact, since they are both very tiny, there's a very good chance that if they fight, the winner eats the other. The only issue we find here, though, is that Tynamo have a very small population here. They come in at 2% and 8% as you go deeper into the cave. Meanwhile, Joltik is the one that drops from 39% to 36%. So we can kind of support the idea that Joltik is being eaten as that population does drop and the other does increase. And otherwise, it's just not a very big difference, which means that it can't primarily be feeding on the Joltik. Either way, Tynamo eats Joltik actively here and is likely having to find other food for itself. Jilbur likely does that too, for that matter, meaning those three are the only ones that have an interaction with each other unless someone bothers Boldore and it decides to blow a massive hole in the cave. Route 7. Raised walkways help you avoid the tall grass. We get a repeat of many Pokemon Fungus, Deerling, Tranquil, Audino, Unpheasant, and Emolga, but in the tall grass we added 3 new Pokemon, 2 of which being evolutions of Pokemon we saw in earlier routes: Watchog and Zebstrika. There are luminescent compounds in Watchog's body that allow its stripes and eyes to glow. It uses this ability to threaten predators. Its cheeks can hold a large amount of seeds, which it collects and spits at its opponents. Watchog possesses night vision and can view its surroundings in the darkness. Now, we did discuss the whole idea that it might eat insects, but after looking closer at other routes that we might find it on, we don't see any insect bug Pokemon for it to eat. And since it usually keeps so many seeds in its mouth, it seems as though Watchog is more of a Pokemon that only eats seeds, fruit, veggies, whatever you want that isn't meat, despite the meerkat design. I even tried extending it to the dark grass, which contains much higher level Pokemon, but the closest we really get is Dwebble in a few areas, Ultimately, this means that our Pokemon here is an herbivore. Our other herbivore here is a grass-eating zebra known as Zebstrika. Zebstrika has an aggressive and volatile personality. This irritable Pokemon fires lightning bolts from its mane when angry. The sign of that is when its white mane illuminates in a yellow glow. Zebstrika can move as quickly as lightning, releasing thunderclaps at full gallop. Grass Eater it was, Grass Eater it stays. Though this does bring out a point of a video that I do want to cover, because it was brought to my attention that sure, we have all these base stat totals. Yeah, sure, some Pokemon are fast, some are strong, some are really high in one and low in the other. But like, who really is the physically strongest Pokemon in lore? Like, even if we were to move the legendaries out of the picture, who would be the fastest Pokemon in lore? Not stat totals, in lore. And I kind of want to cover a video on that. The third and last Pokemon we have on this route is actually Cubchoo, who is only found in the winter. Cubchoo has a shiny, dark nose, from which a considerable amount of light blue nasal mucus, the source of its attacks, constantly droops. Cubchoo's mucus can cause frostbite and is inhaled and used for its attacks, as well as smeared on anyone it dislikes. Let me just... And frostbite. Good job. It's like a little kid, except worse. Cubchoo's mucus is also an indicator of its health. When it is healthy, its mucus is sticky and its ice-type moves become stronger. However, if it is in a bad health, the mucus becomes watery or even non-existent, which weakens its ice-type techniques. Cubchoo inhabits cold regions along the shorelines. Now, it is based on a polar bear, but it is not isolated to the Arctic, so we have to be a little careful with its diet here, especially since it lives on coastlines. PolarBearAgreement.org states polar bears feed primarily on ringed seals, but will also eat bearded seals, harp seals, hooded, and harbor seals when available. Larger prey species such as walrus, narwhal, and beluga are occasionally hunted. Polar bears will readily scavenge on marine mammal carcasses. And because I was having fun and watching some nice documentaries and all of that, watching a polar bear slowly make its way around, sniffing the ice and the snow, and then stopping before it raises its upper body and just boom, 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 just slams its front paws down to break open the ice and see that there's some sort of creature waiting underneath, was adorable until you remember that it is a hunting predator. It is a very powerful hunting aggressive predator. Now, I would like to think of our friend here, the Cubchoo line, as more similar to that of a growler bear, considering that Beartic does have a vicious temperament, and again, it goes back to the whole idea of the coastlines, and some additional information we'll talk about later. Now, I know polar bears can be quite aggressive, but again, we keep location in mind. Regular polar bears struggle in warmer climate, yet a mix of grizzly and polar to create the growler gives the evolutionary advantage. Otherwise, just because it's known as the Pizzly as well, which is a funny name. Problem is, though, this ultimately creates a very aggressive creature. According to Carnegie Museum of Natural History, unlike polar bears, grizzlies follow an opportunistic diet that includes plant tubers and carrion in addition to live prey. Paleontologist Larissa DeSantis of Vanderbilt University posits that the hybrid Pizzlies, see, there it is, I cracked finally, may possess modified skulls and teeth that could plausibly allow them to adopt the indiscriminate feeding habits of the grizzly bear. However, DeSantis points out that the hybrid bears also lose some of the abilities of their parents. For example, Pizzlies are not as adept at swimming as their polar bear forebearers. What does this mean for our Cubchoo? Everyone is being hunted. And it doesn't have to hibernate or seek shelter like everyone else out here. It will hunt everything. It will eat anything. It is opportunistic. Omnivorous. And an omnivore. That's what I meant to say. This is why we don't see Patrat or P-Dove here, because the Cubchoo wander here, and if there were any P-Dove slacking on packing for their migratory trip, then Cubchoo would have an easy meal. The Deerling and Fungus also don't stand much of a chance unless the Fungus catches the Cubchoo by surprise, as it is apt to do. Luckily, our rustling grass Pokemon like Audino, Unpheasant, and Emolga are all rarer and relatively stronger creatures, otherwise they would be put on the list as well. Although, Unpheasant would be able to again fight back and not have to worry about being killed, most likely. Now, I have to admit, every fiber of my being desperately wants the Pidove line to be the type to attack other Pokemon for food. It would make this so much easier to explain some of what we see here, but it genuinely just wouldn't make sense overall. Otherwise, we would see Deerling and Fungus evolve when Tranquil is in the area due to the pressure it would have over the Deerling and Fungus, which would force them to evolve. But nope, they don't. They get to be in their base forms. The reason why Zebstrika even evolves here is because there is a plentiful food source here with the tall grass. And as stated in past editions, you either need pressure or an abundant food source to make a Pokemon evolve on a route. Cubchoo is the pressure for Patrat, while the tall grass lets Blitzel live easier to become Zebstrika. There is, of course, the small chance that Cubchoo might go after, our funny little Blitzels. Our next location is an exception to the no human settlements rule, as we're going to discuss the Celestial Tower. A tall tower with a large bell whose tones are said to purify the spirits. Now, there are only 2 Pokemon here, and they only occur beyond the first floor. What is strange is how their encounter rates work. The first Pokemon that appears at 100% of the time and ends on floor 5 with only a 50% encounter rate is Litwick. Litwick pretends to guide people and Pokemon around by illuminating darkened areas. However, it is sucking away their life energy and leading them to the ghost world. In the Pokemon the Series Black and White episode, Scare at the Litwick Mansion, the flame is shown to grow as it continually absorbs life energy and interferes with electronic devices such as Pokédexes. In other words, if you want to go visit your dead friend's gravesite, Litwick will be able to guide you to their grave and your own. It obviously preys primarily on people in that case, but it definitely preys upon Pokemon that would be otherwise unaware. Those that are too small and inexperienced to know better, and those that Litwick can take advantage of and steal away their life energy. It's always the cute ones that are a menace to society, isn't it? The other Pokemon that appears here more and more the higher you get towards the top of the tower is our little alien Pokemon Algium. Algium controls incredible psychic power, which it uses to squeeze its opponent's brains, causing them headaches. Squeeze my brain? I have enough pain when I get brain freeze. I don't want to know what it feels like to have it go through a hydraulic press. Algium's origin is said to be linked with a UFO crash site that happened 50 years ago. Overall, Algium has quite the welcoming and informative behavior. It is willing to help in stressful and otherwise difficult situations. However, Algium can become fully involved in something it feels to be important and protect that with its life. If Algium stands near a television, strange scenery will start appearing on the screen, which is said to be its home. So, what could they be protecting in this tower? Well, in Black 2, White 2, Mesprit will appear here after you talk to Professor Juniper in the Cave of Being, an incredibly powerful psychic Pokemon, at least in lore. Another reason why we likely find Algium here is because space is often equated to heaven, and when your spirit is purified by the Celestial Tower, you would be sent away into the heavenly paradise. So maybe in a weird way, Algium is supposed to represent the purified souls now ready to go into the afterlife. It's an interesting thought and wouldn't be out of character for the games to do. It doesn't mean that Algium is a purified soul, just again, representative of it. It also explained why there are less Litwick the higher we go up. The Litwick take life force by tricking others, meanwhile the Algium represent purified souls willing to help others as they ascend. And what does the tower do? It purifies souls. It all comes together in such a weird, indirect way. Twist Mountain. It has a reputation as a mine littered with valuable ore, and while it is a mine, there are naturally occurring Pokemon within it. Here we see Boldore taking up 49% of the population, while Woobat takes up 10%, and in addition, helping the miners here, we have the I-Beam wielding Girder. It is known to usually carry an I-Beam Girder in its arms. The steel frame is used to train its muscles, and Girder boasts about its muscles with Machoke and other members of its kind. However, if the individual fails to measure up to the others, it will proceed to lay low for some time. It is so strong that it won't even be moved if it is attacked by a group of professional wrestlers. It is usually found near construction sites, and unlike Timber, Girder is actually not good at helping with construction. Instead, it excels at demolition. So while the diet hasn't changed, Girder is likely helping shape the mines themselves as it crashes through designated walls, and even helping set up supports to ensure that it doesn't all come crashing down. So it might not actually be a naturally occurring Pokemon, but rather employed by people into the mines. We also find Cubchoo here in a small population during the entire year, excluding winter. It's basically reverse hibernation, which, I mean, yeah, there is a summer dormancy known as estivation, but that's not what I mean here. Just play along with me. Cubchoo is just staying in the caves, where it would be colder compared to the outside air temperature in the warmer months. Though, we do get a 1% chance throughout the year that jumps to 5% in winter of encountering Cryogonal. It has 2 glowing eyes, and its large mouth contains an extendable chain of ice, which is used for hunting. Cryogonal is born in snow clouds, although there are rumors stating that it is born from people and Pokemon that have died on snowy mountains. When its body heat rises, it will turn into steam and vanish, but it will revert to ice when the body temperature lowers. As a result, Cryogonal is rarely seen during the summer and are commonly seen during winter seasons. Cryogonal uses its ice chain to capture its prey and freeze them at a temperature of negative 148 degrees Fahrenheit or negative 100 degrees Celsius before taking them to unknown locations. So not only is it a predator somehow, but it also doesn't actually die upon melting. Despite being a pure ice type, this is actually something I would expect to see in a ghost Pokemon, because this means that Cryogonal is not the ice. It would technically be pure water or moisture or humidity or something in that capacity. Maybe we'd find ourselves with a pure water variant one day, or maybe even a pure flying type variant, as we can finally see its full pure form, its true form, if you would. No, it doesn't seem to be very picky about prey. It just goes after whatever it can, so everything is on the chopping block. I'm sure there are horror stories of mines that had to be abandoned because a Cryogonal appeared, and the only evidence that would exist would be a missing person or the disappearances of Cubchoo and Woobat in the cave. Meanwhile, the Boldore and Girder would likely be just fine, which would explain why there are so many Girder being employed here. Route 8. It rains a lot here, and the marshy swamp holds many Pokemon. I know we've had a swamp before, but oh my Arceus, we have a swamp, and I love it. I don't know what it is about swamps. I love swamps, or probably more aptly, I actually love marshes, if I have to be real honest about it. One of my favorite memories is from, watching the sunrise on a marsh while in a blind, and watching all the colors return to the world was breathtaking, to say the least. It just awashed me of so many of my inner turmoils for just a couple of moments. It's just cool to see this midpoint of water and earth, where instead of them being solid, defined places where they stop, they instead meld together and create something new, a specialized environment in which creatures that had to specialize themselves now are able to live in. The only downside is that there isn't actually a massive population of interacting creatures, but we at least get 3 new Pokemon to talk about anyway, starting with Palpitoad. Inside its mouth is a long, sticky tongue used to immobilize and capture prey. The bumps on its head can be vibrated to create waves and earthquakes, as well as intense sounds to weaken its prey. The larger a Palpitoad's lumps are, the wider the range of sounds it can make. This just makes me think of bullfrogs more and more, and with Palpitoad, I would dare say that it is more focused on being a carnivore, but might eat a little bit of pond scum as a treat, a little bit of vegetation. Genuinely speaking, it probably does need to scavenge at least a little bit. We also get the arch nemesis, or rather prey, of Carablast here, as Shelmet now enters the scene. It closes the lid on its helmet-like shell as a defensive tactic and can spit a poisonous, sticky fluid. However, this strategy doesn't work against its rival and natural predator Carablast, who can open Shelmet's shell. It can evolve around the time as its rival through electrical-like energy. It thrives in moist habitats like bugs and bogs and swamps, It is a snail, but a really cool one, if I gotta admit, that I wish didn't evolve only by trade back in the day, because, you know what else we need? We need a regional variant of Shelmet that evolves and keeps its knight-like armor. I'm all in for that. It doesn't have to be a steel type, but you know what? I wouldn't be against a bug steel type. There is belief that it kind of looks like, or is based on, the scaly foot snail, which looks pretty unpleasant to touch. It looks like somebody just slathered it in syrup, peanut butter, and caramel and just left it out to dry and just create this crusty, crystally outside. They are also known as volcano snails, and apparently they don't need to eat at all. It survives through chemoautotrophy, or chemoautotrophy. They have bacteria that lives inside of them, and that bacteria provides them with all the nutrition they need while being allowed to live inside of this snail. This could actually be a source of reference to why Carablast steals the shell and lives inside of it. We get a role reversal of real life again, thanks Pokemon, where instead of being allowed to take the shell like the bacteria, the Carablast takes it by force, resulting in both Pokemon evolving. And this is all a natural occurrence if they do come across one another. Kinda messed up when you think about it, since we trade them to evolve them on purpose. Though, in the end, I would like to assume that Shelmet is not eating anything, and Palpitoad in return is likely eating Shelmet, since it is a snail at the end of the day. Our last entry in this area is the flat flopper known as Stunfisk. It has been seen to leap into the air and flap its fins as if they're wings to remain airborne. Stunfisk lives in mudflats and coastal areas, and thanks to the bacteria which lived alongside it, it developed the organs which it uses to generate electricity. Stunfisk's very tough skin helps keep them unharmed if stepped on, even by sumo wrestlers. To exploit this, it buries itself in the mud of the seashore and awaits for prey to pass by. Whenever unsuspecting prey touches a Stunfisk's body, it is then zapped. Stunfisk smiles when electrocuting its foes for a reason that is still not yet known. If it cannot paralyze its foe, it contorts itself with unexpected speed and flops away. So, we have a sadist mudfish that is also an opportunistic carnivore, ambush predator technically. It wouldn't be effective at all towards our Palpitoad, because it can't stun them, which explains why we don't see Timple here. With all their jumping around, they would land on Stunfisk and be eaten in a blink of an eye. The only other commonly occurring prey we'd find here, then, is Shelmet for it to eat. Thinking about this ecosystem, there's a good chance that because of all the commotion between the Pokemon, the earthquakes from Palpitoad especially, that we have this marsh to begin with. Earthquakes can cause rock slides or even mud slides that merge the worlds of water and earth together and have created this ecosystem where we have some really uniquely adapted Pokemon that thrive best with little to no other competition. Now, the Morph Icarus is right there, but it actually doesn't have anything new. Not even the encounter rates change for that matter, so unfortunately, we just get to move on. Route 9. This paved road attracts those who love bikes. Liepard and Minccino are in the normal grass, while in the rustling grass we get Audino, Cinccino, Emolga, and overall we have 6 more Pokemon. Woo! To exemplify litter left behind by cyclists, we have not Trubbish, but a full-on Garbodor. Garbodor is able to spray poisonous gas and filth from its fingertips, but only from its right hand. The toxic liquid from its right arm is so virulent, it can kill a weakened foe instantly. In other words, if you have an autoimmune disease, stay away from Garbodor. If that filth is blocked, its arm can swell up, causing it considerable pain and discomfort. It can also finish off opponents by belting them with its left arm and spewing an awful smelling toxic gas from its mouth. Garbodor prefers to live in unsanitary places such as garbage dumps, where it devours garbage in order to grow larger. Consuming garbage also allows Garbodor to crave poisons in its body, the type of which depends on the kind of garbage eaten. Alola was once home to many Garbodor, but the population shrank precipitously after Alolan Grimer and Muck, which prey on Garbodor, were introduced to its habitat. This is said to have made the remaining Garbodor population stronger than its counterparts from other regions. Okay, so that's actually really cool in my opinion, so allow me to explain why. So if you kill a spider, the idea here is that there are going to be plenty more spiders hiding around. So you killed the less sneaky of the bunch. Meanwhile, the ones that do survive are the sneakier ones. The ones that will then adapt further, mate, have children, and those children will live by being the sneakiest. Sneakier than the past sneaky. I almost said sneakers there because I've been saying sneaky too much, but spiders, okay? And that is basically just natural selection at its finest. The smartest strongest, or most adaptive creatures are the ones that are going to survive and have children, and Garbodor is no different. What is the most attractive attribute that a creature can have in the current climate or conditions that will then allow the species to survive long term? In this case, this means that Garbodor is stronger in Alola because they were the ones that could actually fight off Grimer and Mach. This also is a little scary because it also means that Garbodor is going to be eating literally everything, putting the Omni in Omnivore to its fullest potential. Starlight, Starbright, won't you be my wish tonight? Well, if the star doesn't, maybe you can at least ask the star-powered Gothorita if your dreams will come true. Gothorita uses Starlight as the source of its power and is able to use its psychic powers to arrange rocks into the shape of constellations. It can also use these powers to control people and Pokemon with hypnosis, leading people astray and putting children to sleep before kidnapping them. Why are the psychic types like this? Who made them this way? Who made them this way? Like, I feel terrible referencing a children's storybook after what I just read. Because of this, Gothorita is known as the Witch of Punishment. Some people believe it is from outer space, although this connection is yet to be 100% confirmed. So, again, we have no confirmation if it actually eats anything whatsoever still, though we will assume it is powered by stars and doesn't need to eat, but might be an herbivore to some capacity. Assuming it isn't actually from space, but it very well might be. So if it is, then it really doesn't eat anything. These Pokemon and their confusing diets hurt me. Another psychic type taking home here is another evolution, Duosion. It has two brains, which think independently, causing it to attempt two different actions at once. However, when its brains think alike, it exhibits greater psychic powers, which are said to be able to travel half a mile away. Oh, whoop-de-doo, Duosion. You know what? When my two brain cells work together, I can finally make more videos. You're not special, Duosion. Actually, I take that back. I really do like the Solosis line a ton, and I want them to know that they're actually precious to me. But once again, another Pokemon that isn't eating despite having a mouth, which I guess, going back to volcano snails, they have a mouth, but they don't eat with it. Gotta love vestigial body parts. The last encounter we get is the pawn piece of chess, Poniard. When hunting, Poniard immobilizes prey by repeated stabbing with its blades after clinging onto them. It then clings its arm blades together afterwards. Oh. Do you know why the prey is immobilized? Through pure pain and shock, most likely. Assuming that Poniard isn't just hitting every vital organ. When it says that it clings to prey, typically you can assume they mean the prey's back, which would help explain why this is a Dark-type Pokemon, as this is an underhanded tactic. Especially if it's just stabbing your kidney, because even just a kidney punch would send someone to the floor quickly as it inflames. Any chips in Poniard's blades would prove fatal for it. Thus, Poniard regularly sharpens its blades with its favorite sharpening stones found by rivers. Poniard is noted to be an especially courageous fighter. In the wild, Poniard lives in packs governed by Bisharp. The Poniard will attack when commanded by Bisharp and will continue to do so even if they are injured. Each member of the pack trains diligently, hoping to one day take the lead. Tinkaton is a natural enemy of Poniard, but is not here. And I don't know, it feels like every Pokemon here in Unova is either a pacifist or some demonic predator that decides it wants to eat everything. It's like, it's like a little play on the whole idea of N and Getsis, and the whole idea of freedom versus lying and underhandedness and the evil incarnate. Now, I'm fairly safe in saying that nothing is safe from Poniard unless the prey being hunted is stronger than Poniard. But how about we move on to two Pokemon hiding in the rustling grass, watching from the sidelines and waiting for when they are needed most. Because while Poniard is a Steel Dark type, it still stands no chance to the raw power that Gothitelle and Reuniclus have. Gothitelle's immense psychic power can distort the space around it, showing visions of distant stars and past events, but it dislikes conflict. It can predict the future from the placement and movement of stars, and weeps when it discovers the lifespan of its trainer. It has a detached nature due to seeing how all life will eventually end. A criminal that a Gothitelle had shown his fate went missing that same day and was never seen again. The visions Gothitelle shares are said to be apparently ethereal and beautiful. You know what? Give me the visions. I want to experience the universe. I also want to experience infinite knowledge, which, considering Gothitelle's nature and Reuniclus's nature, they might naturally be attracted to each other, which is why we find them together so often. So let's discuss our little Jello baby next. Reuniclus controls its powerful arms using psychic powers. It can form a network with the brains of other Reuniclus by clasping hands with them. It is said the power of Reuniclus is so great, it can crush boulders psychokinetically. Although capable of using its psychic powers in battle, it prefers to use its large arms to pummel opponents. I love that so much. I want a Reuniclus to stare down an opponent and say, "Remember, the brain is a muscle too," and just JoJo style beat down on them. Drinking the liquid covering Reuniclus's body is said to grant wisdom. However, the liquid is extremely toxic. Why is this so Pokemon? Like, this Pokemon is so iconically hilarious to me. I want infinite knowledge, but in the split second that you learn everything, you would die. I'd be willing to risk it. I am willing to risk it. I am that person. But going back to Gothitelle, both of these Pokemon and their previous forms appear in the same routes nearly every single time. I only say nearly because I can't speak for later generations, and while yes, I understand, you can only get the Goth line in Pokemon Black and the Solosis line in Pokemon White, but that makes them even closer in relation as they are considered counterparts to each other. They both represent infinite knowledge in different forms, and I'm a big fan of that. Route 10. A road leading to the badge check gate, chock full of show-offs. That's the descriptions of Unovan, just some of them feel a little weird or mean, and I don't understand why. Throw, Sock, Fungus, Audino, Emoga, and 5 more Pokemon. Our little Lillipup has grown and evolved into Herdier. It has shaggy, dark blue fur covering its body and a short tail. This hard, thick fur serves to protect Herdier from attacks. Each paw has a dark blue paw pad that can be seen in Pokédex 3D Pro, which I've never known. It's really cute. Herdier is very loyal, smart, friendly, and it will help its trainer raise other Pokemon. However, it will not obey anyone who disrespects it. It has helped trainers since long ago. Herdier has been theorized to have been the first Pokemon to have been partnered with humans based on what was discovered on the walls of caves. And, like I keep saying, if you want to find out who the first dog Pokemon actually was and how that relates to the real dogs of real life and our ancient history with our canine friends, go check out my video on that. Boom! Herdier's dense fur continues to grow endlessly. As Herdier's fur grows, it becomes more springy and impervious. Any claws or fangs attempting to penetrate its fur would just bounce off. However, the fur makes Herdier difficult to train due to how much it costs to groom its dense fur. This is just basic dog stuff, and we can expect Herdier to now go after larger prey, meaning Emoga and the birds we'll soon talk about will have some more trouble. But first, we have a certain buffalo to discuss. Buffalint is a territorial Pokemon. It will headbutt anyone that attempts to invade its territory. However, in the Pokemon the Series Black and White episode, Baffling the Buffalint, it is shown not to attack those with an afro hairstyle. Protected by its afro, which absorbs damage, its headbutts are strong enough to derail a train and send it flying. I don't want to have seen that disaster. It can also destroy a car with just a singular headbutt. The more hair a Buffalint has on its head, the higher position it has within its herd. A herd of Buffalint consists of 20 individuals. For unclear reasons, a Buffalint loses its hair from its head should it ever betray its herd. For its diet, we have to consult the African Wildlife Foundation, which states that African buffaloes primarily eat grass, but supplement with other vegetation as necessary. Now, Buffalint is a mix of the African buffalo and the American bison, which the U.S. Department of the Interior states that bison primarily eat grasses, weeds, and leafy plants, foraging for 9 to 11 hours a day. So that afro is not only amazing for deterring damage and quickly identifying who is family and who might be a potential predator, but is also great for blocking out the elements from harming Buffalint as it grazes for up to 11 hours a day in the harsh sunlight. Imagine just having no choice but to eat for half of your day every day until you die, and it's not because of gluttony, it's because of survival. And while they may not eat other Pokemon, even if they are grass types, Bufflins won't hesitate to charge. This might be why we find Throw and Sock here. The Bufflins are plentiful and a great way to test one's mettle, especially since Throw can't help but want to toss or throw larger individuals than it. To follow this, we have two avian friends in the forms of Rufflet and Vullaby. Rufflet's beak is short and wide, with large eyes on either side. The thick black talons on its feet are strong enough to break even the hardest of berries and crack Shelter to consume their insides. So, like Shelter, not Cloyster, so it's not harder than Diamond. Rufflet also preys on Spupa, which aren't here. Rufflet is extremely aggressive from birth and knowingly provokes opponents larger and more powerful than itself, including its own parent, to gain acceptance. It sees this as a means of quickly getting stronger. The more times Rufflet faints or gets injured, the stronger it becomes. Rufflet will start crying whenever it loses a battle. So Rufflet is going after anything it can in that case, which is unlike most of our other bird Pokemon who are more specialized in one meal type, unless it is a top-tier predator such as Skarmory. Now, while I can't even find proof in the TCG, I would not be surprised if Bufflins wouldn't mistake Rufflet's feathering for an afro and actually not be a menace towards it. After all, there are definitely some parasites that Bufflins probably get and could be removed with the right help. The last commonly occurring Pokemon here is that Vullaby that I mentioned. Vullaby protects their rear by wearing a cracked upside-down skull as a diaper-like undergarment, hence its categorization as the diaper Pokemon. Vullaby either finds this bone itself or uses one found for it by Mandibuzz. Its large appetite results in large growth spurts, resulting in Vullaby having to replace their bones, and they often pass older bones down to smaller Vullaby. They often start petty chats with their own kind as to trying to figure out or tell each other which bones are the most comfortable to wear. Vullaby is known to chase after weaker creatures and is a female-only species. So, it is a vulture, as expected, opportunistic in nature in harsh environments. What weirds me out though is what skull is it wearing? Because if you combine the portions together, we can tell the diaper of Vullaby are the eyes and nose of a skull, while the skirts of Mandibuzz could be the jaw, and there's not a single Pokemon currently out there, let alone created in Unova, that has teeth like that, or is even remotely that large. So I ask you, Game Freak, what untold horrors lie beneath the lands of Unova that we are unaware of? Moving on to the rustling grass, there is a 5% chance that you will encounter the final form of Lillipup, Stoutland. Stoutland has an intelligent, good-natured, valiant, and trustworthy disposition, being a partner of choice for many. Its fur is thick enough to protect itself and others against freezing temperatures. Due to this, every household in cold regions kept a Stoutland for warmth in the past. Stoutland is known to rescue humans that are either stranded in the mountains or at sea. Stoutland found in Alola look fairly uncomfortable, however, due to the heat. In Alola, it is used as a ride Pokemon called Stoutland Search to locate hidden items. It can do this thanks to its strong nose. It also enjoys spending time with humans and can warm up to them in just 3 days, and Stoutland has been used by parents and babysitters to watch their children. It is known to be very proud of its impressive mustache, the reason being due to its length determining Stoutland's social status amongst its species. On all four, this Pokemon is just shy of being 4 feet tall at 1.2 meters. I think at this point, it has to travel from place to place in order to get its fill of food. It's gonna hunt down whatever it can, and I almost guarantee you, if it's not traveling around, then Bufflint is on the menu. Why, you ask? Well, packs and dogs will work together and take down much larger prey. In fact, if we go by the history of real canines and Lillipup's parallel relation, we can easily say that Stoutland would have been the perfect canine for helping ancient humanity track down and kill Bufflint for food, though that's not to say our real-life canines were actively hunting down buffaloes or anything like that in the past until humanity basically forced them to start doing so. Oh well. But to put a final pin in this, this is the only location in which we find Stoutland naturally. The only other 2 areas are at the cold storage and the P2 lab. So all I see on this route is Herdier eating our birds, Bufflint being fought by Throw and Sock, with the very rare Stoutland taking one down for a meal, and then our birds scavenging whatever remains as fungus decomposes everyone left behind after it all, since it is not going to be potent enough to take any of these Pokemon down, with the exception of maybe Emolga. But a secret additional Pokemon is actually here, because if you pick up the wrong Pokeball, you'll find yourself being attacked by Amoonguss. Amoonguss is a carnivore and uses the Pokeball-like patterns on its arms to lure in its prey, although it doesn't work too well in most cases. It also blows poisonous spores at its opponents, and these spores can grow into mushrooms wherever they land if they are not washed off quickly. Amoonguss rarely moves, preferring to stand near any dropped Pokeballs, and prefers damp places, and can be found mainly in long grass with only their mushroom cap head protruding from it, generally close to water. After all, if a Pokemon is struggling to survive, it has pressure put onto it and is forced to evolve. Fungus is not finding enough food for itself here, so it eventually evolves into a Amoonguss, so that way it can wait and take down any Pokemon in the area while getting whatever nutrients it can from silt or whatever bits and baubles that are floating down the water and moisturizing the soil, leaching into it, or leaching from it. The only ones that might be safe here are Stoutland due to its thick fur, and maybe Bouffalant if these spores get into its hair, which protect it. Otherwise, our 2-foot-tall decomposers gets to exist pretty easily now. Route 11. Limpid streams carved beautiful scenery on this road. Golduck, which is a fast swimmer that eats fish, Gligar, which is a carnivore, Zangoose, the mongoose, who is an omnivore, Seviper, the carnivore, Carablast, Amoonguss, Ponyard, Rufflet, Volby, and then there's Emolga and Audino. When we look into the water, we have Weasel, who is primarily eating just fish or whatever, sea life he can find, Basculin, Goldeen, and Seaking, who will also eat other fish, but eat whatever they can otherwise. And lastly, Gliscor. Gliscor feeds on the blood of other Pokemon species, grabbing prey using its tail, then biting their necks with its long, sharp fangs. It is even said to take pride once its prey is fully drained of blood. Great, so the Zubat line, Gorbis, and Gliscor all are Pokemon that only survive off of blood. Exactly what we needed in Pokemon, more horror. As shown in Riding the Winds of Change, Gliscor, along with its unevolved form Gligar, can emit a sort of sound wave in order to detect obstacles and fly around them, similar to echolocation. Its legs appear to be not suitable for walking, so it can only perform short hops when on the ground. Gliscor hangs upside down while sleeping, much like other bat-like Pokemon, and it is nocturnal. It is capable of soundless flight, however, its wings cannot be flapped to the same extent that other Pokemon's wings can. Like Jumpluff and Wingull, Gliscor uses winds and updrafts to glide from place to place. When there is no wind, Gliscor climbs to the top of tall trees using its sharp raptorial claws and then glides from place to place. This practice is similar to flying squirrels. Gliscor is highly resistant against poisonous substances. It is extremely rare, but sometimes it is found in thick pine forests, swamps, and even alpine regions. Honestly speaking, the interactions on this route aren't actually that interesting, or have been ones we have discussed already in past editions. None of the Pokemon are truly forcing others to evolve through singular interactions. It's really just the overall pressure of the environment that is forcing each of our Pokemon here to do one of three things: evolve, be underhanded, or eat the scraps of others. Why don't we see Psyduck? Because we have Basculin in the water, which means that we need to have a Golduck to swim faster than it and be able to survive. Why did we get a Seaking and not just a Goldeen? Again, Basculin are here, so you need to outnumber them or be strong enough to counter them. It's a route that feels very ambush predator or very back and forth as to who is in true power at the end. Whoever strikes first wins and gets to live to see another day. So, on to the next route. Route 12, a place of fun, where it's enjoyable just walking over its gentle hills. We get to see a slew of Pokemon make a guest appearance here, meaning we can finally get another picture painted with words. Metapod and Kakuna, who can't eat right now, Rapidash, who is enjoying some good greeny grass, Pinsir, who is an omnivore that crushes prey in its pincers, Sunkern absorbing sunlight, Dunsparce eating mushrooms and roots and then just disappearing, Heracross enjoying some good vegetation, sap, and honey, Cherub absorbing sunlight, Tranquil eating up seeds left by others, then we have the rustling grass, with Butterfree drinking up nectar and honey, Beedrill killing everything except its own Pokemon line, Unpheasant doing as Tranquil does, Audino healing the sick, and Emolga eating bugs and berries since now they are all available here. In the normal grass, we finally get to see Combee naturally occurring rather than it being randomly found in trees that you have to slather honey all over like it's some sort of sunblock. Similar to other Pokemon with multiple heads such as Dugtrio and Dodrio, Combee's trio of faces each have their own consciousness. For example, each face has a different taste in nectar, and Combee can fly only when the top two faces coordinate the flapping of their wings. Each Combee's trio of faces has been together since birth. Unlike bees in real life, the vast majority of Combee are male. However, Combee are otherwise similar to bees in their social behavior. They are mostly sociable among their own kind, and form groups of about 100 individuals. They are generally harmless to others, as they tend to flee when threatened. From sunrise to sunset, Combee will collect nectar to create honey wherever they can. Beautyfly often provides trouble by driving away any Combee that tries to collect nectar near it, and it will stab them with its proboscis. Though Combee produce honey for multiple purposes, they usually consume it. Each swarm of Combee makes a different flavor of honey. When not gathering nectar, Combee will protect their queen, Vespiquen. They are very suggestible and will never defy the orders of their queen. When a Vespiquen feels threatened, its Combee will not think twice about risking their lives to protect their queen, to the point of aggressively attacking or even killing the threat. Combee commonly live in caves and hollow trees, a forest, and other natural secluded areas with their queen. Combee sleep by creating a hive with other Combee, locking together into a tessellated wall to feel safe in large numbers. Teddiursa and Mothim regularly raid Combee nests for the honey they collected. Speaking of the honey, bees do make different flavored honey in real life depending on where they source their honey from. Like, I have honey downstairs and I don't remember what kind it is, but it has like a molasses taste of it. It's really cool. So they eat honey. Fantastic. Easy diet. Now, in the wrestling, nice and easy, Combee eats honey. Now, we do have two evolutions we haven't talked about that are in the rustling grass, starting with Vespiquen. Underneath the expansive abdomen are 7 orange honeycomb-like cells that serve as a nest for baby Combee. The centermost cell, however, surrounds what appears to be a slender, yellow, more insect-like abdomen, which is often obscured by the gown part of its abdomen. Similar to queen bees in real life, Vespiquen is a female-only species. Vespiquen is the sole queen of a hive of Combee, which it commands by releasing pheromones. The more pheromones Vespiquen produces, the more Combee it will have in its hive. As queen, Vespiquen gives birth and raises Combee grubs, feeding on flowers to make honey for its progeny. It also controls and protects its hive. It is far more powerful than its Combee, and it will only take direct action if its Combee are unable to protect the hive. Even so, the Combee will defend their Vespiquen even to the point of death. Vespiquen will destroy and feed on any outsiders it catches sneaking into its hive. However, if outsiders prove themselves to a Vespiquen by defending its hive, it may repay these acts of kindness with a reward. So, you know, maybe we'll just go out, help protect a Vespiquen hive, pledge our loyalty to the great Vespiquen, and get an unlimited amount of honey, maybe. Though in other words, we go from, oh, look at me, I'm a sweet little bee, look, I'm making eat my own honey in the Pokemon world, to, I would desecrate your corpse and feast upon your innards. You are a fool to think you can intrude upon my domain. Pretty scary, and even scarier if you are allergic to bees. Up next is actually Sunflora. Sunflora converts sunlight into nutrition. Because of this, it tends to pursue sunlight and is always looking in the direction of the sun. While the sun is up, it moves around in a hectic manner. When the sun sets, it comes to a complete stop and closes its petals. In addition to sunlight, Sunflora needs plenty of water. Too much sunlight exposure will grow their heads so big that it will immobilize Sunflora. bonk, just the head hitting the ground is what I imagine. Sunflower is rarely seen in the wild, but it can sometimes be found in temperate, grassy meadows. It is a little odd to think that it can grow too much and its body doesn't properly allocate where that energy needs to go, but oh well. Otherwise, it's just your average sunflower, and I can finally do what I love most once again in these videos and paint you a picture of the environment and the interactions on this route, bringing it together for you. A time of peace in the day. The sun rises into the sky, and its light glistens across the dew-covered grass. In that grass, many Pokemon reside. The Metapod and Kakuna raise their eyes to greet the sun, as they have survived another day. They are closer to completing their metamorphosis and evolving. In these open fields, the Rapidash gallop, chasing each other and only taking breaks to munch on some much-deserved grass. It too raises its head to the sky as a bombardment of sunkern stop their propellers and fall to the earth below. They survive the night in the air, allowing themselves to avoid moonlit predators seeking to devour their nutritious innards. It even was so lucky to first see the sun as it rose up into the morning sky. But now, it can rest easy on the ground. The Cherrim open their petals and worship the sun happily, allowing their pink cherry blossom petals to bless the world. This, in turn, attracts friendly Combee, who serve to pollinate Cherrim so that it and future generations may bloom beautifully for centuries to come. The tree squirrel Emolga glides from tree to tree, eating berries and taking its shots at our helpless bugs, possibly even snagging a Combee along the way if it finds the opportunity. After all, a singular Combee stands not a chance to the flying squirrel that commands lightning. But then a shadow looms over our small friends. A nearby Dunsparce, hiding away, rapidly departs, flying off into the distance in fear of a Tranquil and Heracross who have appeared. Luckily for our prey species, these two have no interest in hunting or hurting anyone or anything for that matter. They both prefer to get their meals from seed or tree rather than fight for it. Though not everyone here feels the same as a third shadow looms, the Pinsir. It comes in and cares not for other Pokemon, taking territory and life with its pincers. Metapod, Kakuna, Combee, fighting with Tranquil if it doesn't fly away, and wrestling with Heracross over sap and honey. Luckily, these fights don't happen very often, as they are a rarer species in these parts, having a lower population. Though it is because of the helplessness of our Pokemon in these rare instances, or maybe it is through the peacefulness of this route, that a number of Pokemon are given the opportunity to evolve. Butterfree and Beedrill hatch, bringing more life to the airspace above and bringing about more pollinators for Cherrim alongside even the newly evolved Sunflora. Unfortunately, since the Beedrill are very territorial, some Pokemon do get hurt incidentally, and it is up to Audino to heal them. The Unpheasants may nest nearby and watch over their kind, but will likely depart these lands. This is more of a good rest spot for them on their way to greener pastures full of peace and mating partners. The last of our Pokemon here resides in seclusion, waiting for a moment when its children cannot defend themselves. It watches Pinsir, Emolga, and the occasional Beedrill harm its children, fighting them for food or even trying to take the Combee as a meal of their own. Her eyes flash, red light glinting, and we hear the cry of a mother scream out before Vesper Queen releases a flood of pheromones, calling her children to hide behind her as she approaches the fool who would dare bring ruin to her family, and is able to quickly dispatch them in ways that the Combee could only dream of. All before she returns to her resting point and is cared for by her loyal Combee. Route 13. This seaside route is famous for sandbars that cross the ocean. This is a strange route that has only past Pokemon on it. Golbat, the Insanguinator, Tangela, who photosynthesizes and is an opportunistic predator, Swallow, who only eats bugs, Lunatone and Solrock, who are self-sufficient, Absol, who is an herbivore pacifist that is digging up roots, and lastly Drifblim. Drifblim's body contains souls said to be burdened with regret. These souls serve as a fuel for Drifblim's gas. This also reminds me, Drifloon is technically naturally occurring, but only in events before Black and White was released. appearing every Friday only after you defeat Mars, who was part of Team Galactic, which, sure, let's cover Drifloon's entry for that matter. It is also rumored that Drifloon itself is reincarnated from deceased humans. This Pokemon is known as a signpost for wandering spirits, due to its aimless drifting. Desiring company, Drifloon often seeks out children and grabs their hands. However, due to how light it can be resisted easily and is often pulled around. This results in Drifloon running away from any children who are rough with it. It also dislikes heavy children, which it's kind of funny. Younger me would have been pretty safe. There are rumors that Drifloon steals children who hold onto it, guiding them to the afterlife. Despite this reputation, as seen in the Pokemon the Series Diamond Pearl episode Drifloon on the Wind, Drifloon can be very friendly and helpful. In the movie The Rise of Darkrai, Drifloon's body puffs up when it gets angry or aggressive. Its sightings are typically more common at night. It prefers to reside in damp, humid locations and can expand or shrink to express its feelings. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, it has been observed holding plush toys while it sleeps. It is believed that Drifloon has mistaken the toys for children. So, at least it's not eating the toys, it's just trying to find a friend, to get cozy, to be happy. Maybe, oh gosh, if it's the death of a human reincarnated, Drifloon might just be children. They just might be the souls of children. Again, in Pokemon. Phantom isn't alone. Now let's cover Drifblim, who is strong enough to lift Pokemon or people but has no control over its flight. This causes it to drift with the wind and end up anywhere. It can, however, inflate and deflate itself with gas to control its altitude. It is rarely active during the day, but usually gathers in groups during the evenings. When noticed, the groups will suddenly vanish to unknown locations. Drifblim preys on Clamperl. There are rumors of Drifblim carrying people to the afterlife. As well, there have been songs or poems dedicated to Drifblim due to people admiring its transient, melancholy aspect. So, this is very confusing. On one hand, we have rumors of people being stolen. Heck, even in the games, we have evidence of children being taken from one space to another by Drifloon, but they were never eaten or harmed. What I propose is this. Sure, they eat Clamperl, but otherwise, that would be it, and they are truly no different than when people speak their regrets to the sky and take shape. Or again, maybe they are children that perished and then became a Drifloon. Otherwise, this all goes back to the idea that there is belief of power in the words and wishes of people. And so that would extend to regrets as well, if they are filled with the regrets of people. So when you speak to the sky, you may be creating a Drifloon that then becomes the storage for your troubles. It's full of negative energy, and all of which will afloat forevermore into the distance and seem like but a memory one day. Until it floats down and steals a child, because that's a high form of positivity. If it's full of negativity, it's gonna seek out positivity. But there is more in the rustling grass here. A Dino, a Molga, and two Pokemon that I was actually not prepared to see in the wild, Tangrowth and Crobat. Tangrowth is unfazed if one of its arms is broken off, as it will easily grow back. It hunts by disguising itself as a shrub, then grabbing prey with its vines. However, Tangrowth has been known to eat fruit as well, and it can extend its arms as much as it wants. Predators like to eat Tangrowth's vines, and when the climate is warm, its vine growth is accelerated to the point where not even its eyes can be seen. If its vines grow too long, Tangrowth shortens them by tearing bits of them off. Tangrowth is very rare in the wild, though it can be found in temperate grasslands. So the diet hasn't changed, but I want to talk about its ability to regrow and not feel pain. Because I covered all of the beta Pokemon of Gold, Silver, Crystal in their own video. In that video, I got to talk about a Pokemon known as Monja, which was the re-evolution of Tangela. And we can very clearly see that with its name and its design, that the vines grow from Tangela, or was originally intended to grow from Tangela like hair, which would explain why its vines are able to be ripped off without it hurting. Even though we know if you rip someone's hair out, that hurts like absolute heck, like incredibly painful. But if they're cut off, it's, no pain. Crobat is capable of flying long distances by alternating between its two sets of wings. The extra set of wings has also improved its flight speed without sacrificing its ability to fly silently. It can also travel through cramped caves without ever slowing. The combination of silent flight and sharp fangs allows it to bite down on prey without being noticed and drain their blood. If unable to consume blood, it becomes lethargic and unable to fly. Due to its lack of legs, it is clumsy on the ground and can only crawl around with its wings. Crobat is rarely found in the wild, though it is typically found in caves or on tree branches, where it hangs upside down by its rear wings. It is a nocturnal Pokemon. It still consumes blood, and luckily it doesn't completely drain and gorge itself on its food anymore like Golbat would. Now, what's strange here is we do find Absol here. The only places that Absol appears is near disaster spots throughout any of the games that we find it in. On the route where you can get to the cavern that holds Registeel. On the way to the top of Mount Coronet, where Dialga and Palkia had been summoned many times and caused great calamities. And now, right outside the giant chasm, which if you don't know what lies at the bottom of it, we will find out next. Now, there are multiple layers to this area, but I will expedite some of it. The entrance is exactly the same as Route 13. As we move forward towards the water, everything will freeze, creating ice that can be walked across to reach the cave, almost as if something could sense us, and it is inviting us in. In the cave, we have Piloswine digging up roots and mushrooms, Golbat, Sneasel taking everybody's eggs, Delibird, who is directly stated to be omnivorous, Lunatone, Solrock, Boldore, and the berry-eating Jinx. From Dust Clouds, though, we find ourselves face to face with Excadrill. Due to its evolution, Excadrill's drill has turned into steel. Excadrill can straighten its entire body, allowing it to spin like a drill. It can cut through iron and steel plating, and it can dig at speeds of over 90 miles per hour or 150 kilometers an hour. Known as the Drill King, it uses its excellent digging abilities to build a complex network of tunnels for its nest at more than 300 feet or 100 meters below the surface. Its tunneling can be both beneficial and harmful to humans, as it can help workers with its swift digging prowess for tunnel construction, but it can be detrimental to underground structures such as subway tunnels. Something, Excadrill's drill will be the drill that pierces the heavens. No new diets, though I am confident in saying that nothing it hunts underground is going to be outspeeding it. Now, I will be fully considering all the encounters that are found in the water here, breaking my rules a little bit, and here we find Basculin, Seal eating up fish, and even evolving into Dugong if those Basculin get a little too aggressive. They are plentiful, so it makes sense, and it is easy to ensure Seal and Dugong never run out of food. The entire Poliwag line is here for that matter, except for Politoed. Now, I don't think the Seal line is feeding on them often, but then Basculin are definitely giving them trouble, causing the final form to appear as we can, after 4 other installments of this series, can finally talk about Poliwrath. Poliwrath's body is almost entirely muscle, and the muscle in its arms and legs never tire. It also has 0% body fat, which, fun fact about that, if you had 0% body fat, you'd be dead. Now, I did promise that I would talk about fast starving earlier, so let me explain that to you. The idea is that you are starving on a full stomach. If you are in the wild and you are only surviving off of, let's say, squirrels and rabbits, they don't have enough fat in their body for you to then, well, have in yours after eating them. There's not enough caloric intake, there's not enough fat. And as such, if you're surviving off of that and not enough, let's say, like nuts or higher fat-based foods, you, with a full stomach, can die of starvation. It's crazy. I'm in shock of that. It's a crazy idea, but it makes sense. So that's why fats are important. You need to have fat in your body. Now, when Poliwrath swims, it uses all of the muscles in its body and is able to swim vast distances with minimal breathing. It is even capable of briefly running on the water's surface. It can also smash through ice and plow forward using its strong arms. Poliwrath is capable of outswimming even world-class swimmers, and is also skilled at martial arts. It can launch powerful square punches capable of crushing boulders into dust, and many children learn how to swim by replicating Poliwrath's movement. It is one of the most gifted swimmers of all water-type Pokemon. Being the result of an evolution via a water stone, Poliwrath is rarely seen in the wild. When found, it is usually seen living on dry land near the water's edge, despite it being an excellent swimmer. In Alola, Poliwrath are strong enough to use the breaststroke while swimming. I assume they mean, like, because the waves are so strong, you typically don't want to use the breaststroke while swimming. But, out of context, that just sounds really weird. Now, I guarantee this bad boy is not just eating the fish, but also cracking open shellfish and hunting down small mammals. This could make Delibird a potential treat, despite its flying type, and even Sneasel for that matter, as I'm sure that they were eating its previous forms. With all the powerful Pokemon here and the strong predators, we can understand why we only see Piloswine here and not Swinub. Now, moving deeper, we get into the Crater Forest, and we get the strangest collection of Pokemon I've probably experienced. We get Clefairy, who is an herbivore or just drinks water, Piloswine, Ditto, who it's an anomaly that doesn't actually take part in the ecosystem and is somehow here, which insinuates that either they are spreading really far, or it relates to the idea that humanity had a very heavy hand in creating what we find at the bottom of this chasm. Then we have Lunatone, Solrock, and the dreaded Metang. Metang is formed when two Beldum fuse together. A magnetic nervous system joins the brains of these two Pokemon. This linkage allows Metang to generate a strong psychokinetic power that is doubled. However, this does not increase its intellect. This Pokemon's high intelligence and strong magnetic field are other sources of powerful psychic energy. In addition to generating psychic power, its magnetism allows Metang to hover in mid-air. It is able to rotate its arms backward in order to travel at speeds over 60 miles per hour, 100 kilometers an hour, in search of prey. When Metang finds its prey, it uses its psychic power to stop it from escaping. Then it firmly grabs onto the prey with its claws, never letting go. Metang's claws are able to rip through steel. This Pokemon lives on rough terrains and harsh mountains. It pursues Nosepass, loving its magnetic minerals. So, it seeks out prey. Luckily, it's not going after anything with fleshy parts, as it's going after rock, steel types, anything that's going to have minerals in its body that it can consume and potentially increase its own magnetism, or at least kind of just support its own body composition. So, Solrock, Lunatone, they're both not safe around Metang. But this area definitely gets even scarier, because pushing through and into the rustling grass, we find three incredibly rare and very powerful Pokemon: Mamoswine, Clefable, and Metagross. Metagross's legs can be tucked in, allowing Metagross to float in the air. It is the result of two Metang fusing together. This gives Metagross 4 brains in total, all connected by a complex network of neurons. Because of these complex connections and the number of brains, this Pokemon is capable of performing complex calculations and is more intelligent than a supercomputer. It is imbued with psychic powers and uses its intelligence to analyze its opponents during battle. Metagross uses its fantastic strength to pin down a victim using its 4 claws and body. This allows it to use its large mouth and teeth to chew its victim to pieces. This Pokemon can be found on rough terrains and can also be found living in snowy mountains, as their magnetic powers become stronger in freezing temperatures. Now, that last part does make sense, as magnetism does get stronger in colder temperatures, but I will also note, despite being incredibly intelligent, it bites its prey to death. Doesn't even try to one-shot it and its suffering, nope, just lets it suffer. This Pokemon is evil in my eyes, but evil or not is irrelevant, it is an apex predator. We get our fairy Pokemon with sensitive hearing up next. Clefable is a timid, nocturnal creature that flees when it senses people approaching and is one of the world's rarest Pokemon. Its sensitive ears can distinctly hear a pin drop from half a mile to 1,100 yards away. Because of its acute hearing, it prefers to live in quiet, mountainous areas in which it is very protective of. It has also been seen at deserted lakes during a full moon. Using a bouncy gait, it can walk on water and sometimes appears to be flying using its small wings. In the Pokemon the Series episode Clefairy Tales, Clefable is depicted as an extraterrestrial Pokemon. According to one tradition, seeing a pair of Clefable ensures a happy marriage. Sometimes, some scientists believe Clefable stares intently at the moon because it is homesick. There is also a legend to this which tells of how it listens to the voices of its own kind on the moon during clear and quiet nights. And as mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Clefable is known to sleep in remote places during quiet moonlit nights. It is theorized that it is dreaming about its friends and distant homeland during its peaceful slumber. If they are from the moon is more than 1,100 or half a mile away. The moon is approximately 238,900 miles away, which that is 420,464,000 yards away. So that means Clefable could likely hear you whisper from across the world. Though I guess since there's nothing to block sound in space, that sound would travel further just like light does, but that's still, it is not a half mile from the base of the Earth to the top of our atmosphere and into space. No, it is not. Finally, we have Mamoswine. It can endure harsh, cold, and hunger for an almost indefinite amount of time, as indicated by a 10,000-year-old specimen reviving. Mamoswine lived all around the world during the last ice age, but its population thinned when the climate grew warmer. Mamoswine inhabits cold places, such as mountainous regions and frozen tundra. Weavile is a natural predator of Mamoswine as they gang up on it in large groups. Mamoswine is believed to have hidden potential that was awakened by the cold climate. In Kalos, there is an area called Route 17, otherwise known as Mamoswine Road, where humans use rental Mamoswine to travel through the heavy snow in order to reach either Dendemil Town or Anastar City. And funny enough, mammoths didn't have a very different diet than what our line of Pokemon is depicted as having, eating grasses and sedges, alongside many other plants, tree matter, even moss. As for our Mamoswine here, it has specialized in those same abilities to dig through ice and snow for their food that other Pokemon would struggle with. Now, when we move into the cave depths, we get very similar encounters to before, but go ever deeper, and you'll be greeted by the Pokemon representing Absolute Zero, the absence of energy created from Reshiram and Zekrom's birth, Kyurem. Some believe that Kyurem came from space, and originally there was a lot of evidence that would lean towards that, but thanks to additional information brought by future games, anime, and the manga, we found out that it was created from the leftover pieces, quote unquote, when the original dragon split from Reshiram and Zekrom. Now it resides deep within the giant chasm, where its cold reaches far beyond and can change the climate itself in the area. This, of course, has created a specialized environment in which only Pokemon that can either brave the cold or withstand the harsh environment can thrive. It doesn't eat, nor does it need to, despite the rumors. After all, it is 1/3 of a god Pokemon that we are otherwise unaware of in its completion. And so, we can finally depart from these lands and continue on our routes. Route 14, a road covered with mist from the waterfalls. Jigglypuff, who just eats berries or simply filters food through the air as the balloon Pokemon. Golduck, the berry eater Shuckle, well, berry fermenter Shuckle. Altaria, who eats seeds. Tropius, who is strictly a frugivore, eating its favorite fruit only. Drifblim, Audino, Emolga, Buizel, Floatzel, Basculin, Goldeen, Seaking, and 3 new Pokemon. Our alien has finally evolved into Behium. Behium communicates by flashing its multicolored fingers in patterns. These patterns have yet to be decoded. Behium can manipulate the memories of its opponents, being able to erase or even rewrite them for that matter. and is believed to be responsible for the mysterious disappearances of Double whenever it visits a farm. It is sometimes found hovering over wheat fields, and in the Pokemon the Series episode, Capacia Island UFO, Behem is shown to be capable of building and controlling spaceships. Said spaceships are powered up by the Koban, or Amulet Coin. When humans and Pokemon fall under its hypnosis, they will wear Behem-shaped masks, and Behem can use those under its control to speak to humans. However, this hypnotic power cannot work on beings who are not very smart. So, the dumber you are, the more safe you are from them. So, okay, we have a lot to unpack here because, first up, they are aliens. They follow the trope of taking sheep or visiting wheat fields, whatever, but not eating them. Next, because I didn't mention it, LGM, the letters LGM, Little Green Men. Behem, Behem, B-E-M, Bug-Eyed Monster. Both being ways to describe classically how aliens used to look. And finally, the Koban or Amulet Coin, which is the coin that Meowth has on its head, and when it Dynamaxes, gains a symbol on that coin. That coin is said to hold the secrets behind Dynamaxing, and apparently the aliens know it for that matter and are using it. What that means in the end will require its own video in the future. For now, we move on to a new species of Pokemon we haven't discussed, Mienfoo. Mienfoo specializes in flowing, speedy, continuous attacks. Becoming more precise as it concentrates, though not very powerful, it can make this up with a number of hits that it deals. It also has sharp claws it can use to cut foes. Packs of Mienfoo seclude themselves to mountains to focus on their training. Each pack differs in its kick and chop form. A well-trained Mienfoo is capable of 100 arm chops in just 1 minute. Mienfoo has a temperamental nature despite its small size. It attacks anyone that comes near it with a flurry of attacks. So here's another head scratcher, because we know it's based on the ermine, and according to the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, they eat mainly small mammals, especially voles and mice, in addition to shrews, rabbits, small vertebrae, and insects. The closest we get to any of that is Shuckle, who is rarer than Mienfoo. Once again, I will argue that our fighting type does not eat other Pokemon. It strictly states the word foe or opponent, not prey, throughout its information and Mienfoo's info. So, an herbivore it is, in spite of its real-life inspirations. Our last entry for this route is Wigglytuff. We get so many final forms in the rustling grass. It is covered in pink fur with a white belly. This fine layer of fur is so soft that those who touch it, including other Wigglytuff, will not want to stop. I kind of imagine someone starting to touch it, and then you keep petting it, and then we cut to another image where it's a skeleton, just arm still on the Wigglytuff. Now, as a result, Wigglytuff is a highly sought after Pokemon because of its bouncy body and fur. It sheds seasonally, and people gather the fur to spin it into yarn. It is proud of its fine and delicate fur. Its body is soft and rubbery, allowing it to inflate by inhaling. It can inflate itself up to 20 times larger, though it has no limits to how far it can inflate in total. While it is inflated, it can move by bouncing or floating. It competes with other Wigglytuff to see which one can inflate itself the most. Should it be caught in a bad mood, it will inflate itself to an enormous size to scare away its opponents, being the result of evolution via Evolution Stone, Moonstone specifically. It's rarely found in the wild, though they can be found in vivid green plains and grassy fields. As mentioned in its Pokemon Sleep information, Wigglytuff is known to stroke its belly while sleeping, possibly to feel its soft fur. It sticks to berries or pure air, I say. After all, I don't want to imagine how its bones and organs might work with all that inflating. Though, a Pokemon anatomy book would be pretty cool one day. Pretty peaceful route all in all. Golduck and the fish are the only ones hunting other Pokemon. Meanwhile, everyone else is likely resting around Tropia since it knows where all the good fruit is. And they might even likely share some of that fruit with anybody who wants it and is kind enough. And Emolga is not going to be messing with Shuckle. It's just too much effort and stress to take down that little bug rock. Wait, especially since, oh wait, hold on. Hold on. It's not even a bug. It's more akin to a slime mold. So I don't think anything's hunting it down. The Abundant Shrine, also directly translated as the Fertility Shrine. Though that is not because of anything dirty, rather it is the fertility of the land. People once lived in this village, and it still feels the same as it did then. This place is very interesting, because every Pokemon here represents luck, or an omen, or even something that we would expect to see around a shrine. To quickly name them off, and then later we'll explain it, we have Vulpix, Noctowl, Murkrow, Mischievous, Stantler, Chimecho, Bronzong, Cottonee, and Petalil. Of course, Vulpix would have been trying to eat Hoothoot if they were there, and it would have also tried to eat Murkrow alongside supplementary foods through Cottonee and Petalil. Noctowl will go after Murkrow and Vulpix. Murkrow is picking up scraps and the grass types. Mischievous gets to freely exist by feeding off of fear. Meanwhile, Stantler eats grass but not grass types. Chimecho shockingly does eat Noctowl and Murkrow, as I discussed in the Sinnoh ecology. Trust me, it's mind-blowing. The evidence is there, it speaks for itself, especially as Chimecho does directly state that it does hunt prey. And as long as everyone leaves Bronzong alone, nobody gets hurt. It's very interesting, considering Bronzong is considered a Pokemon that brings rain and good harvest, and it is here, of all places. In addition, Chimecho is also representative of Japanese glass wind bells known as Furin, which are hung around Shinto shrines to protect disasters and ward off evil spirits. So all these Pokemon have more than just an ecological place here, they have a spiritual place here. Vulpix being a Kitsune, which can be benevolent shrine protectors. Noctowl being, again, wise protectors. Murkrow being a crow can actually be a good omen. Mischievous feeds off fear, but also has what looks like Magatama beads for the spiritualism that represents. And of course, our grass types are symbols of growth from their fertility. It's perfect. But there are more hidden away in the rustling grass, because we have their evolutions. We do see Audino, Whimsicott, Lilligant, and Emolga, but now there's Ninetales, Mismagius, and Honchkrow. A legend claims that Ninetales is the reincarnation of 9 united noble saints. While intelligent enough to easily understand human speech, Ninetales is a vengeful Pokemon known to curse those who mistreat it, or in this case, I'm sure, if they mistreat the shrine. Ninetales will also curse anyone who wakes it up by grabbing one of its many tails. The curse can last up to 1,000 years. As mentioned in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Red Rescue Team and Blue Rescue Team, once a Ninetales casts its curse, it cannot be removed even by Ninetales itself. It can live for 1,000 years due to the energy within its 9 tails, each of which is said to have a different mystical power. Flames spewed from its mouth can hypnotize an opponent, and its gleaming red eyes are said to give it the ability to control minds. As mentioned in the sleep-style decks, Ninetales is known to sleep while wrapped inside its tails, giving it a mystical appearance. In the first Pokemon movie, it's shown that it can swim, and in Pokemon ME, it shows that Ninetales lick their paws to clean themselves, being the results of an evolution being an evolution stone. As with everything else, they're rare in the wild, but can be found in the grasslands. Its diet is unchanged from Vulpix, but this really paints Ninetales as what could have been a very legendary Pokemon, just like how its counterpart, Arcanine, is quote-unquote the legendary Pokemon, but not a legendary Pokemon. Confusing, I know. Onto Mismagius, they usually show up without warning to cause havoc on unsuspecting humans or Pokemon. It is powerful, and can use advanced incantations for various purposes, such as causing misery or happiness. Due to this, people often seek to capture Mismagius as if their life depends on it, solely to make someone fall in love with them. There is a custom on inviting Mismagius into one's home, usually to ward off misfortune with its spells. However, this can also lead to disaster should Mismagius ever be provoked. People that hear its cries will usually receive headaches and hallucinations. As shown in Pokemon the Series Diamond and Pearl episode Malice in Wonderland, Mismagius can put its victims to sleep and cause them to enter a strange dream world without their noticing. If Miss Magius falls asleep or is knocked out, the victim will wake up. It can sometimes be found roaming around lakes and mountainsides at night. Now, what's fun about Miss Magius is that it is a witch. There are a lot of rumors about it that we don't know if they're actually true or not. It's almost as if it's similar to the witch hunts that occurred in real life. Made up info would constantly be brought up to demonize an individual. But what is even cooler is if we look at its move list, it learns very little naturally. And if we look at its learnable moves through TM, it has a massive array of moves it can learn through TM, almost like a witch studying its incantations. And that is another reason why we make sure when we study a Pokemon, we look at its move list to see how it was designed, what it's meant to represent, and what its impacts ecologically could be. Finally, we have Honchkrow, who is known to be ruthless. With a mere cry, can summon and organize a murder of more than 100 Murkrow to collect food for it. Honchkrow also summons Murkrow to fight on its behalf, letting them do most of the fighting before it deals the finishing blow. The flocks of summoned Murkrow often plunge the sky into pitch black darkness, giving Honchkrow the moniker Summoner of Night. Honchkrow will never forgive any failure or betrayal of the Murkrow that follow it, and it will hunt and punish any member of its flock that does so. Honchkrow is more active at night and normally spends the daytime hours tending to its feathers in solitude. It is a scavenger that lives in swamps, forests, human towns and cities, and plains. Look, a crow's gonna eat whatever it can. Big Crow will really eat whatever it wants, though I'm willing to bet that the only Pokemon that can put up a fight or even beat Honchkrow would be Ninetales. Considering the fact that even Chimecho was going to be strong enough despite the Psychic and Dark typings, it is strong enough to defeat Murkrow, and that's another reason why we have Honchkrow here. But I don't think Honchkrow is actually going to be hunting down Chimecho, especially not Bronzong, though it's definitely going to take revenge out on Chimecho whenever it can. But once again, this little shrine is more interesting to me, not in the ecological sense, whatever, but more in the sense of all these Pokemon and what they represented, and how they come together in a more religious aspect as the Tornadus, Thundurus, and Landorus Pokemon were meant to be for the people of Unova. Route 15. A road whose sharp cliffs may scare some people off. That's it. Unova has the wildest and most dangerous route encounters, and this route just made that official. The Scavenger and Carnivore Fearow, the Herbivore Marowak, the Gligar Throwsock, Pupitar who can't eat anything, Gliscor, Audino Emolga, and their two massive Pokemon I'm sure you were not ready to see here. One being Kangaskhan, who appears in the true wild for the first time, as it otherwise only appeared in the Safari Zones, trades, or in the Great Marsh of Sinnoh after getting the National Pokédex or Rock Tunnel in Heart Gold Soul Silver Basement 1F. Kangaskhan is a nurturing Pokemon that protects its young at all costs. It can move really fast, even with the baby in its pouch. The baby leaves the pouch only rarely until it is 3 years old. In order to avoid crushing the baby, Kangaskhan sleeps standing up. If the mother feels the environment is safe, it will allow its young to go out and play. However, it will violently attack anything that it sees as a threat to its young. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Kangaskhan will defend the baby in its pouch even when it sleeps. If the baby is awake but the parent wants to sleep, Kangaskhan will lie down to sleep while the baby sits on top of its back. They are known to raise other species of Pokemon alongside their own children, and records exist which describe a childless Kangaskhan raising a lost human child. Regardless of how badly injured it becomes, the mother will not cease fighting until its young is safe. It uses quick jabs to intimidate its enemies. Although it was nearly hunted to extinction, Kangaskhan can be found in savannas and other grasslands. There's a great exemplification of this in the Pokemon Red arc, which you should go watch that video. Again, I love Pokemon manga, it's actually amazing! But I won't spoil any of that. Now, it is a lovely and protecting mother that will eventually fight in tandem when Mega Evolutions come out. Now, we don't have a diet again, but it is a marsupial, a kangaroo in fact, and they are primarily herbivores, eating grasses, flowers, leaves, ferns, moss, and the occasional insect. The closest we see to an insect here is pupitar, and despite having pupa in its name, it is not a bug, just a kaiju waiting to come out and destroy everything. So we keep Kangaskhan as a true herbivore. Though if only there was a Pokemon here that would actively hunt down pupitar, because then it could stop the next Pokemon from coming into existence, as we have the terrifying terror Tyranitar. Yes, you can get a level 50 Tyranitar in the rustling grass here as a 5% chance encounter. Tyranitar is a powerful Pokemon with an insolent nature, uncaring of others. It is extremely strong, and its thick, rocky hide gives it good resistance to all forms of attack. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Tyranitar sleeps with no fear thanks to its overwhelming power and strong body. As it is not worried about surroundings even in its sleep, Tyranitar can be seen sleeping in an amazing sleeping position with its limbs open wide. As a result, Tyranitar is always looking for a battle and will not flinch at anything, though it ignores its opponents that it thinks are not worth its time. Tyranitar's power is so devastating that it can forcefully crush anything using one of its hands. If enraged, it sets off outstanding earthquakes that can completely change the entire landscape, destroying houses and mountains, and often forcing cartographers to draw up new maps. It lives in nests made from demolished mountains, and in the Galar region, it has a fierce rivalry with Duraludon, which it shares its habitat with, often battling each other in the mountains. This is a Pokemon that is arguably the most destructive of any. It is a Pokemon that completely changes environments, not theoretically, it is directly stated. Tyranitar is a factory reset, the fire that burns the forest so that way it may replenish nutrients within the soil and a new forest can be reborn. Tyranitar stands far above nearly every single other Pokemon in terms of ecology, and we can now see why they are so incredibly rare, because there is no need in nature for something so destructive to be common. If we want to make a comparison, we can look at Sharpedo, which it exists to literally eat everything, and we know there's tons of Pokemon in the wide open ocean that need to be culled, otherwise disease would run rampant. Meanwhile, Tyranitar is just the beginning and the end, the alpha and the omega, and when it finally dies, it will feed the soil, just as it fed upon the soil, to grow to become such a powerful creature. For sake of brevity, Lost Lorn Forest and Route 16 both have the exact arrays of Pokemon we have discussed elsewhere, so we skip them. But we now have the water route, Route 17. The fast current here makes it difficult to surf. Frillish appears commonly as you surf, so it can drag you to the depths below. Then there's its evolution, Jellicent, which I am kind of breaking the rules to include since our level range rule has been shifted constantly because of the other routes and we wouldn't be able to discuss it otherwise. Jellicent can absorb seawater and project it from its head, which lets it move forward in the sea. Jellicent's body composition is similar to seawater. Schools of Jellicent are known to gather for prey during the full moon, which jellyfish kind of do the same thing for some weird reason. Any fancy cruise ships, tankers, or crew that wander into the oceans where it dwells are never found again. And it is rumored that it drags these ships or tankers into the sea and preys upon its passengers. It can create layers from sunken ships. It is known to feed on life energy, where the more it drains, the bigger its crown gets. They are highly feared by fishers. In other words, Jellicent keeps a visible kill count by just looking at the size of its crown. It wears the crown of devilry proud. So yeah, it's a very active and terrifying carnivore, but why are jellyfish in this world so evil? I mean, I guess Tentacruel isn't actually evil, it just is a bit of a glutton. The only other Pokemon included here is Alamamamala, whatever. It lives in the open seas. If it finds an injured Pokemon floating at sea, it will heal the Pokemon's wounds using its membrane and carry it back to shore. Though it does not do this out of benevolence, it does so because any predators coming for the injured Pokemon could also come for Alomamala. It swims alongside smaller Pokemon to accompany them, thus many water Pokemon gather around it. Fishermen take it during long voyages, saving the need to have a doctor or medicine on ships. So this might be a little crazy to think, but I will thoroughly believe that Frillish is eaten by Alomamala. My reasoning for this comes in two parts. One is that we do see Jellicent here, who comes in at roughly the same size and is much higher in numbers, but is still a jellyfish that seems to really love eating people. That much attention can bring other dangerous Pokemon into the area, even if Alomamala is unaware that it's just a jellyfish here. At the very least, a Frillish finding a meal means more Frillish and even Jellicent may appear, causing trouble. The other part of my reasoning is that Alomamala is based on the Mola Mola sunfish, which does eat jellyfish. Though this is not to say that Frillish is not going to try and eat Alomamala, it just means they'll have to gang up on it or evolve, which is why we get Jellicent here. After all, there isn't necessarily an abundance of prey here, the percentages just give us an idea of population ratios, and these two are nearly perfectly even. While I am not including stuff from Black 2, White 2, for Route 21, which is only in Black 2, White 2, I will note that we find Mantike, Mantine, Frillish, and Jellicent on the route, which Manta Ray do eat jellyfish as well, meaning that Mantike would eat Frillish, Frillish would then evolve into Jellicent, Jellicent eats Mantike, Mantike then evolves into Mantine, and they, keep their weird natural selection tag ping-ponging back and forth that way. And now we have reached the final 3 areas that we are going to be discussing today. Starting with a place you can only enter after beating the Elite Four, Challenger's Cave. Trainers seeking further strength enter the cavern despite the risks. Now there isn't much to talk about here other than Mawile eating Boldore for its necessary nutrients and literal minerals, but in the lower basement levels, we find the small chance of encountering a Railu. It is sensitive to a special type of energy called Aura. However, it does not have the ability to fully use these powers, although it can still emanate these waves to communicate and sense them, albeit only in ripples. It has developed 2 black appendages that hang down from its head, which rise when Railu reads or manipulates Aura. It has even been seen that Railu can sense and react to Aura even before they hatch from their eggs. The Aura emitting from Railu's body grows even stronger when it is frightened or sad. Like most fighting-type Pokemon, it naturally has superhuman strength, stamina, and endurance. It is capable of making long journeys on foot in a short amount of time. It is playful, energetic, and loyal in terms of Pokemon. It is also known to be tough and hard-working. Railu will read the minds of humans to assure whether or not they are pure of heart. As mentioned in the sleep style decks, it tends to sleep in an unusual position. This position is sitting up while not lying down, similar to Lucario. It is believed that Railu is pushing itself hard and dreaming of the day it evolves into Lucario. Now it is definitely training itself similar to how the Machop or any other fighting type Pokemon might train, meditation, hard physical exercise, you name it. But what sets it apart is the whole idea of Aura. I won't divulge too far into it right now because it could become its own video, but life energy, infinity energy, aura, chakra, magic, mega energy, even Z-moves and Gigantamaxing, they all derive from the same inner energy of Pokemon, or of at least, some Pokemon out there. The only difference is how that energy is tapped into, and that is where we find conflict throughout all of Pokemon, while also finding the connection between everybody and everything in Pokemon. Back to Railu though, the only threats here are Sableye and Mawile, but both of them aren't going to bother it, unless it is bothered by them first. After all, Sableye only eats gems and digs caves searching for those gems, and Mawile waits for its prey to come to it. Though that prey is usually a larger creature that thinks it can hunt down Mawile, only to be killed by Mawile as its hair is completely black and camouflaged in the darkness of the cave. Once again, I've decided that Victory Road is a little lackluster, so it will be our semi-finale. Right outside, we have Mienfoo, Rufflet, Volibee, and 2 more Pokemon. Fracture being the first. Fracture is very violent and territorial. Fights over turf often break out between it and other Fracture. After a fight, it sharpens its tusks on river rocks as they do not regenerate. It lives alongside rivers and engages in violent confrontations with Bisharp for the locations of sharpening stones. Fracture uses its tusks only when necessary. The reason is once its tusks break, Fracture will be unable to use it again. It uses its tusks to cut the prey in two different food portions, one for eating now, the second portion for later. So surprisingly, it has gone from an herbivore to a Pokemon that is a very aggressive but intelligent omnivore. In a place like Victory Road, this makes anything that approaches its territory a potential meal. Our other new friend here is Heatmor. Its tail is dented upward and has a hole in it, similar in appearance to a muffler. It also seems to serve the same purpose as a muffler, being able to expel gases, although it is able to take in air as well. Durant are the preferred prey of Heatmor, and Heatmor expels flames from its mouth and uses it like a tongue, allowing it to burn through Durant's steel bodies before consuming their insides. It uses the hole in its tail to absorb air in order to keep its fire burning. Should the hole get blocked, it will become ill. So while Durants are their preferred prey, we can safely assume it eats other insects and may even have a generally carnivorous diet if necessary, which would align with real anteaters who, while they primarily will eat ants and termites, will supplement their diet with vegetation, fruit, snakes, lizards, turtles, and spiders, something I wasn't even aware of. So while they don't eat birds, I'm confident that our Heatmor would not hesitate to eat anything that has flesh if their food supply is low. Within the caves, we do see more Boldore, Woobat, Mienfoo, Excadrill, the Poliwag line, and Basculin. Now, we add in Durant and Dino. Durant is extremely territorial. It only lives in colonies and digs mazes underground designed to be as complicated as possible. It grows steel armor to protect itself from its natural predator, Heatmor, which kind of gives it a weakness more than anything. When they are under attack, Durant gathers in groups to attack, as a whole, to keep Heatmor away. They also gather together when protecting their eggs from Sandaconda, who aren't in this region. As seen in the Pokemon the Series Black and White episode battling the Leaf Thieves, Durant prefers to eat vegetation, namely leaves. It will attack swiftly and aggressively if bothered, but will not pursue intruders once outside of its colony. I would definitely have expected, our giant ants to be opportunistic omnivores, not caring what it ate as long as it did eat, yet here we are, with a giant metal ant that eats vegetation, mainly leaves, not even rocks and minerals as many others of its type would eat. Definitely out of the ordinary. What's also interesting is that Durant is so incredibly durable, and so it is specialized in its adaptation to avoid being eaten by most other creatures. Though Heatmor is a Pokemon that adapted to take advantage of Durant's adaptation, evolving alongside it in the truest sense, not in the Pokemon evolution sense. After all, if there are 1,000 dinner plates of food in front of you, but nobody else is eating it because all 1,000 plates are poisoned, then your job, or your idea then, is to adapt so that way you can ingest that poison, making it so that way you have an endless buffet right in front of you. That is basically what happened with Durant and Heatmor, and it's something that we see in real life all the time. So it's really cool to see that here. Now onto Dino, who is blind. It figures out its surroundings by ramming and biting. It primarily lives in caves with abundant water sources but little food sources, so it will eat anything that moves and memorizes the scents of its favorite things that it has tasted. It has the vigor and energy to bite constantly, making it dangerous to approach without taking precautions. Dino might actually be a big reason why Durant has the steel body now that I think about it. As seen in Pokemon the Series Black and White episode, the Lonely Dino, it may rear up on its hind legs when happy. It is basically a product of its harsh environment and will eventually grow up to be as much of a destructive force as Gyarados, arguably. but not quite Tyranitar. I'm not sure any other creature will hit Tyranitar's level. Now, honestly speaking, these are just the encounters for the entirety of Victory Road. There's actually not that many. So how about we jump into our final place that is a little bit of a rule break, but it would be a lot more fun if I include the abandoned Dragon Spiral Tower and everything that we can, regardless of level. So that way I can paint you one really fun final picture to close out Unova. Dragon Spiral Tower, the oldest tower in the Unova region. No one knows its history. We're going to rapid fire the Pokemon that we see here, then we're going to get that picture at the end. At the entrance, we have Tranquil, who stays until winter, Vanillite and Cupchew, who appears in winter, Deerling, Mienfoo. Then, in the rustling grass, we have Audino, Emoga, Unpheasant, who will also leave in winter, and then 4 new Pokemon. Giving us another dragon, we have Druddigon. Druddigon is known to be a vicious and cunning Pokemon. It warms its body by taking in sunlight with its wings. If its body temperature lowers, it becomes immobile. It has savage physical strength. It nimbly chases prey around its den, using its outstretched claws to catch them, or charging into them face first. Instead of making its own nest, it lives in caves and tunnels dug out by other Pokemon such as Diglett, Dugtrail, Onix, and Excadrill. While we don't have those Pokemon here, I love that we get an actual direct interaction between Druddigon and what other Pokemon have done in the environment. Yes, we get that with caves in general, but at least some Pokemon will still make their own homes, while Druddigon prefers not to waste that energy. And it is a carnivore, so there's a very good chance that what it does is it invades these homes of these Pokemon, and if they don't run away, it strikes them down and eats them, or stores them away for future food, living inside of its new home that it has taken over in such a hostile manner. When winter rolls around, we see 4 Pokemon in the dark grass. Mienfoo is here, and so is Vanillish. Vanillish lives in southern snowy mountains, which it migrated to during an ancient ice age. It creates ice inside its body by drinking water and then expels it to hide itself or freeze opponents. Its icy breath can reach temperatures of negative 148 degrees Fahrenheit or negative 100 degrees Celsius. It can shatter frozen opponents with powerful headbutts. Vanillish are smaller in hotter regions, although it can refreeze its body despite melting. This process can leave its appearance a little warped. So it drinks water to help it expand in size rather than just relying on the sun itself. To follow this is Sawsbuck. Sawsbuck's appearance changes depending on the season. During spring, a tuft of cream fur appears on its chest. Its antlers are adorned with pink flowers, and the spots on its back are pink. During the summer, its tail points up. It grows tufts of fur on the back of its head, its antlers sport green leaves, and its spots are green. During the fall, it sports a cream tuft of fur on its chest. The leaves on its antlers are red and brown, and its spots are orange. And finally, during winter, the cream fur turns white. Tufts of white fur appear on its chest and lower limbs, and its antlers are coated in white, and its spots are white. Sawsbuck lives in herds led by the Sawsbuck with the most splendid antlers. And while I have said it many times, Sawsbuck, S-A-W-S, summer, autumn, winter, spring, buck. The flowers on spring form's antlers grow slower due to absorbing nutrients. The paler this spring form's flower is, the more beautiful Sawsbuck apparently becomes. The thicker and larger the brooch leaves are, the more majestic summer form Sawsbuck becomes. Summer form's leaves can be used to make black tea, which has a different taste depending on the region. In Paldea, the tea has a more aromatic taste. The darker the autumn form's red foliage is, the more stylish it is considered. Autumn form Sawsbuck have short tempers, and the males notably fight each other incessantly. Winter form Sawsbuck are calmer and easier to tame during the winter, hence it is considered the perfect time to obtain winter form Sawsbuck as a partner. So, the reason why they're so aggressive in fall is because that's mating season, and the reason why they're so easy to tame in winter is because between mating season and winter occurs hunting season. In which case, of course they're going to be lonelier. There are less males around because you're not supposed to hunt deer. You're supposed to only hunt the buck, with very few exception. I know there's some tags that go out for deer, but That is like in a different part of the season, not in regular hunting season. The last one in the dark grass is Beartic, and while we established that it would be an aggressive omnivorous Pokemon, let's round out its info. Beartic is capable of freezing its own breath and will create pathways across oceans using this technique. And there is our additional supporting evidence that Beartic is more likely a growler bear of sorts rather than just a normal polar bear, the crossing of oceans. Should it get tired while swimming, it will actually freeze the water that it is swimming in so that it can lay down and rest. Its ice breath can create fangs and claws of ice, the former being harder than steel. It inhabits northern areas where it catches prey in the cold waters. Once it captures its prey, it freezes them with its breath to preserve them. It has a ferocious temperament, which has earned it the name Snow White Demon. In Lentil, it fights with Mamoswine for territory. Despite its otherwise fierce demeanor, Beartic is known to be protective around Cubchoo. So, it is aggressive enough that it would fight Mamoswine. That is not a fight I would want to be near, but it would be kind of cool to see. It's also clearly very intelligent considering that it is preserving its food for the future rather than simply eating everything on the spot that it can and leaving. Now, as we move just outside of Dragon Spiral Tower, everything is exactly the same except now we have a moat. This moat contains Basculin, Dratini, who is a bottom feeder, Dragonair, who completely gets all of its energy from the orb that it has, and a literally 1% chance of getting a Dragonite. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Dragonite is known to sleep soundly while displaying its belly. That is a power move right there. It is not concerned, just like Tyranitar. This rare sight is said to be an exhausted Dragonite resting after flying over the vast seas. Despite its bulky build, Dragonite is capable of flying faster than the speed of sound, being able to circle the globe in 16 hours. A kind-hearted Pokemon with human-like intelligence, Dragonite shows signs of altruism. It is said to save humans from drowning and lead lost or foundering ships to safety. As demonstrated in Great Bowls of Fire, however, it will go on an uncontrollable destructive rampage if its environment is threatened. Dragonite will usually calm down and be satisfied after smashing down anything that has angered it to smithereens. It is known to engage in fierce battles with Kingdra whenever they meet. Dragonite has been referred to as the Sea Guardian and the Sea Incarnate. As such, there are many ships with figureheads decorated with Dragonite's look. Drayden stated in Thrash of the Titans that Dragonite's power is capable of affecting the weather itself. In Fiore, Pokemon Rangers use what is called the Dragonite Bus to move around across the region as a Dragonite flies them through the region. Dragonite is very rare in the wild, typically living near the sea. In fact, an illustrated book of pocket monsters categorizes the Dragonite family alongside legendary Pokemon. Some claim that there is an island somewhere in the ocean that only Dragonites inhabit. So why is Dragonite here? If it typically inhabits the sea, why is it in this little moat? Yes, there's water nearby, and I understand that, but it is specifically in this moat. And we'll talk about that later. Now, before we continue inside, I decided to make this extra fun and include some of the encounters from Black 2 and White 2 that would be found here, such as Mienshao. Mienshao is respectful and is usually seen training with its trainer. When facing a truly challenging opponent, Mienshao will bite off the fur from its arms to make itself lighter. Its arm fur is used as a weapon in battle and acts like a battle whip. Before it attacks, it lets out a bizarre wail, and then creates combination attacks that are difficult to see and overwhelmingly unstoppable, and slowly stores up power for a finishing blow. When using its blinding speed, Mienshao can crush massive boulders into tiny pieces. A new perspective demonstrates that Mienshao can extend the fur on its arms at will and stretch it far enough to tie its opponents. Once again, it very clearly states opponent and not prey. So we can assume, once again, it does not eat other Pokemon. When we do move inside, I'm going to mix both original and sequel encounters again, just for the fun of it. Because we get Druddigon, Mienfoo, Mienshao, and finally, Golett and Golurk. those last two being the only Pokemon we find on this second floor here. Golett is believed to burn energy in its core in order to move. This energy also emanates light through the holes near Golett's arms and legs. However, this energy has yet to be identified by researchers. Allegedly, active for thousands of years, Golett's animating energy is speculated to run out soon. For unclear reasons, Golett have been reported to continually line up boulders. We'll discuss Golurk and then discuss their place here together. There is an unproven theory that Golurk contains a perpetual motion machine that creates a limitless amount of energy within it. Despite its large size, Golurk is capable of flying by retracting its hands into its arms and its legs and feet into its body, then taking off like a rocket at Mach speeds. It is also capable of forming a cannon by pulling its legs into its body and standing on its hands, as seen in Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond, the animated series, and the Pokemon Adventures manga. If the seal on its chest is removed, its energy runs wild, and its energy color turns from yellow to red. This causes it to rage and fly around uncontrollably without being able to land itself. Removing the seal also causes Golurk to attack indiscriminately. A rampaging Golurk can turn a whole town into a mountain of rubble. Golurk is said to have been invented by ancient people to serve as a laborer and protector of people and Pokemon. It also served as sentries on artillery platforms built into the walls of ancient castles, where it could fire energy beams. Golurk will faithfully follow its master's orders without question. Now, the idea here that I have is that Golett rolls up all these boulders, quote-unquote, together to then work together and build each other up into Golurk. Within them is not perpetual motion, but infinity energy in its rawest form that is then combined and strengthened further. Theoretically, considering that AZ had a Golurk, there's a very good chance that AZ might have created them. And on top of that, they may be truly infinity energy created from other Pokemon, instead of it being just this raw energy that was created when they're born. It has to be derived from somewhere, and that's where I would like to believe it comes from. And so, we can close out Unova with one final picture of Dragon Spiral Tower. A monument against time and history stands before you. Water surrounds it as a moat, and while on the surface you see the rapidly reproducing Basculin, deep within the waters lies a guardian. As we stand outside, Tranquil fly from branch to branch, taking what fruit and seed they can. They serve as symbols of peace and prosperity, avoiding conflict that may occur. Luckily, there is very little violence here. It stares down upon the land and guides our eyes to Deerling in their autumn form. Their plant-like fur let off a soft yet sweet scent that is carried with the wind as they graze in small groups. Not very far away is their evolved form, Sawspunk. Its brilliant crimson leaves shine in the light of day. In fact, there are two of them. They stamp their hooves onto the ground, drawing lines in the dirt as a warning, saying, "If you move one step further, I will not hesitate to gore you with my horns." Despite the warning, a fight does in fact break out. Horns clack onto each other as they strike out, bodies slam into each other, and whoever is the victor of this quarrel will walk away with a head held high for the mate that it may be looking for. These quarrels are distasteful to the Tranquil, but it knows that its kind is no different in terms of looking for a mate. It glances in the opposite direction to where it can hear the cries of its evolution, Unpheasant. Two male Unpheasants are also threatening each other, their pink tasseled masks waving in the air with every swing of their heads as a form of threat against their opposer. They have forgotten their peaceful ways now that there is a suitable mate sitting before them, a female Unpheasant that they had both taken an interest in. And due to their own pride, they refuse to back down. That is not to say that they are stupid though, their intelligence takes a front seat as they analyze each other, and if the fight is truly worthwhile. Deeper still in this forest, we find small packs of a small Winnie the Pooh-like creature that is more of an ermine than it is a bear. It practices day in and day out chops, shifts and strikes, honing its skills with its pack and maintaining its inner focus. It sustains itself on vegetation and continues to train further, preparing itself for the challenges that come before and during winter. As autumn changes to winter, our birds leave, and icicles are born anew in the form of vanillite. The morning sun melts them just enough so that way they can refreeze and continue to grow as they enjoy the newly iced lands. Luckily, there is even the moat nearby, so they can take a moment to drink from the water. The basculin here might eat everything, but they don't bother with vanillite considering that it is purely made of ice with just a little bit of a snow topping. This will eventually allow vanillite to evolve into vanillish, continuing its snowy days until a terror reveals itself. For while it was out in autumn, the territorial and dreaded Drudagon had moved into the spiral tower itself, and has now been disturbed. A Mienfu is thrown out of the tower, and the Drudagon bellows in anger. It's not only angry, it's hungry, and it will go after everything. The deerlings scatter, Vanillish hides but prepares itself for if it needs to freeze Drudagon long enough to escape, and the Sawspike would rather not get involved either. It's a waste of energy to fight such a thing, and so they run. It isn't until the Drudagon makes a grave mistake that we get to see it served its just desserts. For it comes across a Cubchoo. Its ice is not strong enough to make the Drudagon even flinch despite the type advantage. It reaches down to grab the Cubchoo, only for Drudagon to turn in the last moment before the icy claws of a Beartic come slashing down to protect its Cubchoo. Drudagon's eye twitches as it sizes up its opponent. Beartic is not an easy foe to conquer, but Drudagon is hungry and desperate with the escape of its other prey. It does not like winter, it does not do well in winter, and it needs to be in warmer places, and yet it is out here, desperate and starving. And so a battle commences. Unfortunately, the ancient power of a dragon is stopped cold in its tracks with the power of Beartic's motherly resolve. It crashes icicles into Drudagon time and time again, pinning it down for a final blow that would then not only feed Beartic, but its family as well, that were in need of their own meal. These Pokemon thrive in the cold of winter. As for any scraps from battles throughout the season, or any season for that matter, they may fall into the water, where the basculin get to have their meal. If any creature is unlucky enough, they may get snapped while drinking water. Otherwise, the red and blue striped basculin will battle to the death at any convergence, and to the victor goes the spoils. Though this is no problem to their species due to the sheer number of them that exists. No, the real problem is what lies below. Because we go deeper into the water, we will see Dratini picking up scraps from the waterbed, biding their time and building up their energy. They will eventually shed their skin, molting time and time again until they eventually grow into Dragonair. But they continue to bide their time. They wait and slumber, while occasionally flying into the sky when they swear. They hear the call of their king and queen, only for them to realize it's a false alarm, and they dive back down. It knows they will return one day, and that will be the day that the Dragonair is ready, as it fully evolves into the complete form of Dragonite. Dragonite serves as a protector, ensuring any peaceful Pokemon don't fall prey to Basculin, all while Dragonite itself will eat fish aplenty. This is because it no longer has the orb that fueled it with limitless energy that had allowed its growth as a Dragonair. The dragon must eat and slumber, reserving its energy for the great day. And there truly may only be one Dragonite here. The moat can only hold so much life after all. Getting closer to the tower, we can witness a strange phenomenon. The Mienshao within are training and meditating just as much as their previous form, but are also working alongside other Pokemon here. They help roll clay and even train with the Golets that are inside. A peaceful congregation only ever disturbed by the Drudagon, who like to reside within the tower when winter arrives. Though Drudagon understands that it should not battle within the tower, a natural instinct passed down to it, all because it knows there are more powerful dragons that will soon be present, let alone the other Pokemon that reside here. The clay is rolled up to the next floor, bit by bit, ball by ball, until eventually a Golett is able to intake the material, revealed to be terracotta, as Golett is assisted and transformed into the guardian created by ancient humanity, Golurk. A titan in its own right, and the last bastion of unstoppable and powerful protection that can fight against those that would dare threaten the dragons, especially the royal dragons. Time passes. 1 year, 2 years, 5, 10, 20, 50, 100, 1,000. And then they arrive. Dragonite bursts from the water. The Drudagon put aside their aggression. The Mianshao bow, and the Golurk stand at attention, all in respect to the return of their royalty that has returned to them. Royalty that had been lost long ago to time, but was always guaranteed to return one day. The ancient dragons that complete the Tau trio, derived from the original dragon, Reshiram and Zekrom. Here, they will wait until the day that the heroes of Unova will be recognized once more in a new age. And that is the complete Unova ecosystem. That was the longest script of all the ecosystems so far. So please, if you made it this far, please ensure you subscribe, share this with others, and watch other videos on the channel to help support the channel. Even go as far as to become a member, as all of these lovely people that you see on screen are members of the channel. If you're a member on YouTube, you get to see videos early, behind the scenes content, and a special role in Discord that gives you a chat with other members. That you get to see extra behind the scenes stuff that, doesn't usually make it to the YouTube or Patreon. So, like me going insane when writing and going through all of this. But with that, I digress. Thank you to all of our members. Thank you for watching. And as always, don't do anything I wouldn't do. Don't do anything I would do. Please be nice to each other. I love you, and I'll see you next time. Bye!